Hello beautiful people. Welcome to Revenger What If. In today's episode, we explore, what if Naruto challenged every great house simultaneously and his shadow clone army ended Westeros in one day? Hit like, subscribe, and join our community of story lovers. Let's begin. Chapter 1, The Arrival. The rift opened without warning. One moment there was nothing but grey sky and the restless churn of the narrow sea, seagulls cutting lazy arcs above the whitecaps, the horizon flat and indifferent in every direction. Then the air cracked, not like thunder, not like anything with a name in any Westerosi tongue, it cracked like reality itself had gotten impatient, and through the tear that split open 30 feet above the water fell a single figure, tumbling end over end, orange jacket brilliant as a torch flame against the colorless morning. He hit the water hard. The splash was enormous. Disproportionate, even, for one person. Like the sea itself wasn't quite sure how to absorb him. He came up sputtering. "Okay," Naruto said to no one, treading water, blinking salt out of his eyes and spinning slowly to take in the full panoramic view of absolutely nothing. Open ocean. Gray sky. Distant smudge of coastline to the west. Okay. That's new. He'd been in the middle of signing trade documents. He remembered that clearly. Shikamaru had been standing beside his desk with that expression he always wore when he thought Naruto was about to make a mistake, the one where his left eyebrow did most of the talking, and then the air behind the Hokage's desk had done something geometrically offensive and Naruto had gone through it before either of them could react. The last thing he'd heard was Shikamaru saying, flatly, of course, before the sound cut out entirely. He floated on his back for a moment, staring up at the sky. Different stars last night would have been his first clue, if it had been night. The air felt different too, heavier, salter, with an undertone of something old and cold beneath the brine. His chakra was still there, thrumming under his skin as steady and vast as it always was, Kurama's presence a warm familiar weight in the back of his mind. That was good. That was the important thing. "You alive down there?" Kurama's voice, dry as gravel. "Yeah. I'm fine. You fell out of a hole in the sky. I noticed. Just checking." Naruto rolled upright in the water and looked west toward that distant coastline. Something was moving between him and it, a ship, dark-hulled, its sails half-furled and its course erratic in a way that had nothing to do with the wind. Even at this distance he could see it was running. And he could see, squinting, chakra-enhanced vision sharpening the world to fine detail, what it was running from. 3 ships in pursuit. Low and fast, oars churning the gray water into white. The lead ship was close enough that he could see figures on the bow with bows drawn, and the vessel they were chasing had something burning at its stern, not a fire yet, but the beginning of one, a bright orange tongue of flame that hadn't found its footing. He was already swimming before he'd made a conscious decision. He was fast in the water. He'd always been fast in the water. But he pushed chakra to his feet and ran on the surface instead, the sea hardening under his soles with each step in that way that still made him feel, after all these years, a small private thrill. The gap between him and the pursuing ships closed in seconds. The first arrow that came at him he caught without stopping. He looked at it, crude iron head, goosefeather fletch, the shaft a bit warped, and kept running. The second arrow he also caught. The third he let hit his shoulder because he was curious. It snapped against his jacket like it had hit stone. He frowned, picked the broken shaft out of the fabric, and kept moving. The men on the bow of the lead pursuer had stopped loosing arrows. He could hear voices shouting in a language he didn't know, rough, harsh syllables, men trying to understand what they were seeing with their eyes. A man running on water toward them, catching their arrows, in an orange jacket. Naruto jumped the side of the ship. He didn't announce himself. He didn't try to be subtle. He simply landed on the deck in a crouch that shook the planking, straightened up, and looked around at the 30-odd men who were now pointing weapons at him with the specific expression of people whose understanding of the world had just suffered a structural failure. They were hard men. Scarred and salt-weathered, with iron rings in their beards and axes at their hips and the flat eyes of people who had committed violence often enough that it had stopped requiring an emotional investment. Several wore armor that was more leather and scavenged plate than any coherent design. One man near the mast was bigger than any person Naruto had seen outside of Killer Bee, with arms like ship timbers and a jaw that looked like it had been assembled from spare parts. The big man stepped forward. He had a voice like a door being broken down. He said something Naruto didn't understand. The tone, though, that was universal. Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Sorry, I don't speak, whatever that is." "Do any of you speak?" the big man swung at him. It was a genuinely impressive swing. The axe was double-headed and the man put his full weight behind it, and if it had connected with anything soft it would have done profound damage. The arc was technically sound. The commitment was total. Naruto stepped to the left. The axe hit the deck. The impact was so violent it lodged the blade 3 inches into the wood, and the big man spent 2 full seconds trying to wrench it free. During those 2 seconds Naruto waited patiently. Then someone tackled him from behind and he let them, because he wanted to see what happened next. What happened next was that the man who had tackled him discovered that grabbing Naruto around the midsection was roughly equivalent to tackling a statue. The man made a pained sound against his back. Naruto reached back, grabbed him by the back of his gambeson, and set him on his feet. "Try the shoulders," Naruto suggested, then remembered they couldn't understand him. 3 men came at once. He caught the first sword on his palm, the blade stopped flat against his skin with a ringing sound like a bell, shoved the second man backward with 2 fingers to the sternum hard enough to sit him down on the deck, and grabbed the wrist of the third before the punch landed, holding it without effort. The third man struggled. Genuinely, desperately, using everything he had. Naruto held his wrist. The struggling stopped. The man stared up at him with something that wasn't quite fear, more like the bewilderment of a dog that has run full speed into a closed glass door and is trying to process what just happened. "Done?" Naruto asked pleasantly. He released the wrist. He took the sword from the palm catcher and bent it into a loose coil, then handed it back. He looked at the big man, who had finally freed his axe and was holding it at his side with the distinct energy of someone reconsidering his choices. "I'm going to deal with the fire on that ship over there," Naruto said, jerking his thumb west. "If you want to keep chasing them after I do, we can have a longer conversation." "Okay." Nobody moved. Naruto jumped off the ship and ran west. The burning ship was in worse shape up close. The fire had found its footing at the stern and was working its way forward with the cheerful industry of fire everywhere, and the people on board, maybe 60 of them, a mix of sailors and what looked like passengers, including several children pressed against the forward rail as far from the flames as they could get, were doing everything people do when they're on a burning boat and running out of time to do it. Naruto landed on the deck and someone immediately hit him with a bucket. It was a woman, middle-aged, fierce-eyed, with a bucket of seawater that she'd clearly been about to throw on the fire and redirect it at this orange-clad stranger who had appeared on her burning ship. The bucket hit him in the side of the head. It was mostly water at that point, honestly. "Sorry," she said, in a language he recognized, something close enough to a dialect he'd encountered in scrolls about Western trade routes, filtered through however dimensional travel worked on linguistics. Close enough to understand, anyway, with some effort. "It's fine," he said. His Westerosi common, as it turned out, was passable. Kurama, it seemed, had been doing something helpful with the language centers while Naruto was busy not drowning. "You're welcome," came the dry internal response. "The fire. Let me." "You can't just," he was already at the stern. He looked at the fire for a moment, it had caught in the rope coils and was climbing the wood of the aft structure, then put both palms flat against the burning section of rail and pushed water chakra through the wood. Not a jutsu exactly. More like reaching into the molecular memory of the fire and telling it politely that it was done. The fire went out. Not smothered. Not drowned. Just, out. Like someone had blown out a candle, except the candle was 12 feet of burning ship. The silence after was more complete than the noise of the fire had been. He turned around. 60 people staring at him. The fierce-eyed woman with the empty bucket. A cluster of sailors who had stopped mid-motion, buckets and axes and ropes still in hand. Children at the forward rail with expressions of pure unmediated wonder that only children can manage when something impossible happens. A man pushed forward from the group, tall, angular, wearing better clothes than the sailors but worse clothes than a lord, with a dark pointed beard and quick, watchful eyes. He looked at Naruto the way a man looks at something he wants very badly to understand. "Who are you?" the man asked. His voice was even, controlled. Someone used to keeping his face composed. "Naruto Uzumaki." He offered his hand. "Hokage. Or, I was. I'm currently kind of lost." The man looked at the hand, then shook it. His grip was firm and measuring. "Davos Seaworth. I serve King Stannis Baratheon." A pause. "Former smuggler." "Former. He knighted me and cut off my fingers." Naruto looked at Davos's hand. Sure enough, the top knuckles of 4 fingers on his right hand were missing. He'd shaken that hand. "Your king sounds like a complicated guy." "He's..." Davos seemed to be searching for the right word. He settled on, "He's very serious." The fierce-eyed woman had lowered her bucket. She was looking at Naruto with the specific expression of someone who has just witnessed something that doesn't fit into any of their categories and is deciding whether to be grateful or suspicious. She settled, apparently, on grateful but watchful, which Naruto found entirely reasonable. "Mela," she said, by way of introduction. "Ship's cook." "The men chasing you," Naruto said, turning back to look at the 3 Ironborn ships, which had maintained a careful distance since he'd left them. "Who are they?" "Ironborn," Davos said. "They raid these waters. We were carrying supplies from White Harbor when they found us. You want me to send them away?" Davos looked at him carefully. "Can you?" Naruto didn't answer. He turned to face the 3 ships, cupped his hands around his mouth, and let out a whistle that carried across the water with chakra-assisted volume, a sound like a signal horn. Then he held up one hand, 5 fingers spread, in the universal suggestion that whoever was watching should think very carefully about their next decision. 30 seconds passed. The Ironborn ships turned east and left. Just like that. Davos was quiet for a long moment. Then, "Who did you say you were?" "Naruto Uzumaki." He grinned. "I told you. And where do you come from?" Naruto looked east, where the rift had been, where there was now only open water and gray sky. "Far away." He turned back. "Where are you headed?" "King's Landing. We were carrying dispatches for Stannis's agents there, along with the supplies." Davos looked at the ruined stern, the scorched wood. "We can still make it." Slowly. "I'll come with you," Naruto said. It wasn't a request, but it wasn't an imposition either. It was just the obvious thing to say. Davos studied him for a moment with those quick, measured eyes. Then he nodded, once. "Right. Can you help with the sails?" Naruto looked up at the rigging, which he had never operated in his life. "Sure." It took 2 days to reach King's Landing. Naruto spent most of the first day in the rigging, which he had figured out within about an hour through a combination of watching the sailors and ignoring height entirely. He was, the sailors discovered, extraordinarily useful on a ship. He could hold rope under tension that would require 4 men, tie off lines one-handed while standing on a spar in full wind, and had no apparent fear of anything, which in sailing terms made him extraordinarily valuable and slightly unnerving. He spent the evenings with Davos. They talked for hours in the way that strangers sometimes do when the circumstances have stripped away the usual preamble, straightforwardly, with curiosity but without performance. Davos told him about Westeros with the particular clarity of a man who had seen it from the bottom and the middle and the uncertain footing of a knighthood he hadn't expected. He told it simply, without embellishment, the way a man tells a story he's trying to understand himself. 7 kingdoms. 1 iron throne. A dead king and 3 men claiming his seat. A 4th queen with dragons who hadn't yet crossed the sea. The Starks of the North, scattered and broken by betrayal. The Lannisters in King's Landing, holding the throne through gold and violence. And beyond all of it, beyond the wall in the frozen north, something old and cold that most people preferred not to think about. Naruto listened. He asked questions. Not the questions of someone cataloging weaknesses or mapping terrain, but the questions of someone genuinely trying to understand what he'd landed in. Why did the people follow the lords if the lords treated them badly? What did ordinary people want? What had life been like before the war? Davos answered those questions differently than he'd expected to. Most people who asked about Westeros asked about kings. On the second evening, with King's Landing a dark shape growing on the western horizon, Davos asked the question he'd clearly been working toward since the fire. What are you planning to do? Look around, Naruto said. He was sitting on the bowsprit, feet dangling over nothing, watching the city grow closer. The lights of King's Landing were multiplying as dusk came down, thousands of lights, the largest city he'd ever seen, stacked up a hill behind walls that were old and solid and probably, he estimated, about a third as defensible as they looked. And then? Naruto thought about it. Shikamaru would know what to do here. Shikamaru would assess, plan, create 17 contingencies and a ranked list of priorities. But Shikamaru wasn't here. I'll figure it out when I see it, Naruto said. That's not a plan. It's kind of my approach. Davos made a small sound that wasn't quite a laugh. King's Landing is dangerous. Even for someone who... He gestured vaguely at the space Naruto occupied, indicating all of it, the water walking and the fire stopping and the arrows catching and the ships turning around with a whistle. I'll be careful, Naruto said. Will you? I'll be careful about hurting people, Naruto clarified. I'm not worried about myself. Davos considered this. No, he said finally, I don't suppose you are. He was quiet for a while. Then, the children on this ship. The small folk. When you stopped that fire, you didn't ask who they were, or what they were worth, or who they served. Naruto looked at him. Why would I? Davos had spent 30 years of his life in a world where every act of help came with a ledger attached. Where you calculated the return before you spent the coin. He looked at Naruto now with an expression that was half bewilderment and half something that didn't have a word in common but lived somewhere in the neighborhood of relief. No reason, Davos said. No reason at all. King's Landing hit Naruto's senses before it hit his eyes. The smell came first, a vast, layered smell, the accumulation of 100,000 people living in close proximity, cooking and burning and working and existing in all the ways humans do. It wasn't pleasant, exactly, but it was alive. Intensely, overwhelmingly, unmistakably alive. He could feel the weight of people in there, the specific human density of a city, the way chakra sensitivity translated crowds into something like texture. They docked at the harbor as evening fell, the city lights coming alive on the hillside above the port like a slow fire. The harbor was enormous, dozens of ships, hundreds of people moving with the focused efficiency of commerce that doesn't stop for anything as inconvenient as a war. Dock workers. Merchants. Sailors from a dozen ports. Children running errands. Beggars at the waterline watching the ships with patient, professional attention. Naruto stood at the rail and looked up at the city. The Red Keep was visible at the top, above everything, red stone towers catching the last of the daylight. Even from here, even without knowing what it was, there was something about it, the way it sat at the apex of everything, the way every road seemed to run toward it and through it and around it. The city was built around that keep the way a body is built around a spine. That's the Red Keep, Davos said at his shoulder. Who lives there? Currently. The Queen Regent, Cersei Lannister. Her son, King Joffrey. And whatever lord they've collected this week. He paused. The hand of the king is Tywin Lannister. Her father. Are they good people? Davos looked at him sideways. No. Okay. Naruto straightened. I want to go up there. I know you do, Davos said, with the resigned tone of a man who had expected this and made peace with it. I have agents to contact in the city. Business for Stannis. He turned to face Naruto fully. His expression was careful and sincere. You've saved my crew, my ship, and my life. I owe you whatever I can give. If you need help in this city, someone who knows it, I'll be at the Inn of the Black Sail near the Gate of the Gods for 2 nights. Naruto took this in. He nodded. Then he did something that seemed to catch Davos off guard. He bowed, not deeply, not performatively, just a short genuine bend of the head, the way he would to someone he respected. Davos blinked. Then, slowly, bowed back. Don't start any wars, he said. That's sort of the opposite of my plan, Naruto said. He jumped off the ship onto the dock and started walking toward the city. King's Landing was everything Davos's description had implied and several things it hadn't. The streets were narrow and dense and loud in the way of cities that have grown faster than the planning that built them, layered generation on generation until the original design was buried under everything that came after. Naruto walked through the lower city with his hands in his pockets, taking it in. He was used to being stared at. Konoha had done its share of that before things changed, and the stares here had a different quality. Not hostile, mostly. Curious. Wary. He was clearly a stranger, in an orange jacket that nobody in King's Landing had ever seen a color quite that aggressive on purpose, with blonde hair and markings on his face that had no local referent. He bought food from a stall, some kind of meat pastry, hot, the pastry flaking, and paid with a coin Davos had pressed on him, something Naruto had initially tried to refuse and Davos had essentially forced on him with the expression of a man depositing something in a safety vault. The woman at the stall took his coin and looked at his face and then at his jacket and said, "You're not from here." "Very much not," Naruto agreed, eating the pastry. "It was good." He told her so. She smiled, quick, cautious, the smile of someone who had learned to ration warmth in a city that didn't consistently reward it. "Where then?" "Far east," he said. "Past anything on your maps, probably." He looked up the hill. "Is the castle always open?" "The keep?" She laughed, short and sharp. "The gates are there. Whether they'll let you in is another thing. Thanks for the food." He kept walking. The further up the hill he went, the cleaner and wider the streets became, the houses acquiring the quality of things built for the long term, the people dressed with the careful gradations of a society where clothing was vocabulary. He passed through the middle city, merchant districts, guild halls, inns of varying quality, and came at last to the base of Aegon's high hill, where the road wound upward to the gates of the Red Keep. There were guards. Of course there were guards. Armored men in red and gold, carrying spears, wearing the practiced alertness of professional soldiers. The gate behind them was substantial, iron-banded wood, solid and high. 2 more guards in the towers above. A man of authority standing slightly apart, watching the road. Naruto walked up to the gate. The guard who stepped forward had the kind of voice that came from years of telling people no. "State your business. I'd like to see whoever's in charge. The king sees no one without appointment." "I don't have one," Naruto said pleasantly. "Can you get me one?" "No. What if I said it was important?" "Everyone says it's important." Naruto considered this. It was a fair point. He looked up at the Red Keep again, the towers catching the last gold of sunset, the standard of the Lannister lion snapping in the evening wind above the highest tower. "Okay," he said. "Different approach." He turned to look at the guard fully. "My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm new here. I don't want trouble and I'm not carrying any weapons. I would like to see the king or whoever's actually making decisions, because I've been in this city for about an hour and I've already noticed 4 things that I think someone needs to hear. He paused. Can you tell them that? The guard stared at him. I'll wait, Naruto offered. There was a long silence while the guard and his colleague exchanged a look, the specific look of men who are jointly deciding how much something is their problem. Then the authority-voiced man down the road came over, and he had the extra crinkle around his eyes of someone who had been doing this job long enough to have seen some variation of everything. He looked at Naruto. He looked at the jacket. He looked at the markings on Naruto's face and the easy way he was standing, hands in pockets, not performing patience but genuinely having it. You're a fool or you're something else, the man said. Which? Hopefully something else, Naruto said. Lord Tyrion is receiving petitioners this afternoon, the man said, in the voice of someone doing something slightly against his better judgment. The small hall. You get 1 minute. Naruto smiled. Full and genuine, the smile that had made Gaara put down his sand and listen. That's all I need. The small hall was not particularly small. It was smaller than what Naruto gathered the throne room was, the one with the enormous spike-covered chair he'd been told about, the Iron Throne, which even in description sounded like something designed by someone who wanted to make a point in the most uncomfortable way possible. The small hall was modest by castle standards, long and stone-walled, with torches in iron brackets and a table at the far end where a man was working through a stack of documents with the focused energy of someone trying to empty a leaking boat. Naruto studied him as he walked forward. Small, genuinely, significantly smaller than average, with a face that combined mismatched eyes, a scar across one side, and an expression of sharp, exhausted intelligence. He was dressed well, in green and gold, with rings on his fingers, and he read documents the way some men drink wine, thoroughly, with full attention, and with the specific pleasure of something he genuinely enjoyed. He looked up when Naruto was 10 feet away. He looked at Naruto for exactly 3 seconds, the assessment was rapid and thorough, the eyes moving from feet to face with professional efficiency, then he set down his quill. You must be the man who walked up to the gate and asked to see whoever was in charge, he said. His voice was precise and dry and contained a humor that lived several layers below the surface. Guilty, Naruto said. Most people who want an audience try to look more courtly. He gestured at the orange jacket. I don't have other clothes. No. The man studied him. I'm told you said you'd notice things. The guard, Clement, he's been with us 12 years and has the instincts of a moderately intelligent cat, said you didn't seem dangerous. Given what you're wearing, that's either deeply reassuring or deeply suspicious. He leaned back. I'm Tyrion Lannister. Acting Hand of the King, which currently means I'm doing all the things no one else wants to do. What have you noticed? Naruto pulled out a chair and sat down across from him, uninvited but not aggressively. Tyrion's eyebrow went up approximately 1 millimeter. Which, Naruto would come to learn, was the Tyrion Lannister equivalent of extreme surprise. 3 things, Naruto said. The grain stores near the Gate of the Gods are being accessed by the wrong people, there's a handoff happening between someone in a Lannister surcoat and someone who isn't, and it's been going on long enough that the people in the neighborhood have stopped noticing it, which means it's regular. Second thing, there are 2 men following me since I left the docks. They're not yours, wrong posture, too obviously placed. Someone else's people. Third thing, wait, Tyrion said. He waited. 2 men following you, Tyrion said carefully. Since the docks. They're outside the gate right now. West side of the approach road, one in the Cooper's doorway, one near the fountain. Tyrion got up from his chair, went to the window, looked out at an angle for a long moment, then came back and sat down. His expression had shifted, not to alarm, but to the heightened engagement of someone whose day has suddenly become more interesting. Third thing, he said. The city doesn't have enough food to get through winter, Naruto said. I don't know how long your winters are here, but the amount of grain coming in on those ships doesn't match the number of people living in this city. Someone is skimming something somewhere. The people in the lower city know it. They're not angry yet. They will be. Silence. Tyrion was looking at him with an expression that was working through several rapid recalibrations. You've been in King's Landing for how long? About 2 hours. 2 hours. He picked up his wine glass. Looked at it. Set it down again. And you are, Naruto Uzumaki. I said. You did say. Where from, Naruto Uzumaki? You wouldn't know it. I know a great many places. You don't know this one. Naruto looked at him steadily. I came through a rift in the air above the narrow sea. I'm not from this world. The silence after that was different from the previous silences. It had weight. Tyrion looked at him for a very long time. Then he picked up the wine glass and drank from it slowly and set it down. That, he said, is either the most elaborate lie I've heard this month, and it has been a genuinely competitive month, or you're telling the truth, in which case this is going to be a remarkable few days. He tilted his head. Which is it? The second one, Naruto said. Tyrion looked at the markings on his face. At his eyes, which were blue in a way that didn't look entirely natural in certain lights. At his hands, resting on the table with the easy stillness of someone who had no physical anxiety about anything. The men in the Cooper's doorway, Tyrion said slowly. If I send someone to check, still there. He sent someone. A boy came back 3 minutes later and confirmed it. Tyrion refilled his wine glass. Right, he said. Naruto Uzumaki from another world. Shall we talk about what you intend to do here? Because something tells me you're not planning to find lodgings and be a quiet guest. I haven't decided exactly what I'm doing yet, Naruto said honestly. But when I do, I'll tell you first. Why? Because you're the first person in this city who talked to me like a person instead of a problem to manage. Naruto shrugged. I noticed things like that. Tyrion was quiet for a moment. There was something in his face that wasn't quite emotion, more like the ghost of one, something that had learned to live at a distance from expression. I manage problems, Tyrion said. It's what I do. I know. But right now you're not managing me. You're just talking to me. Naruto stood up. I'm going to look around the city tonight. Tomorrow I want to see your king. Our king is 16 and deeply unpleasant, Tyrion said. I've met 16-year-olds before. He headed for the door. Uzumaki. Naruto stopped. Tyrion was looking at him with those mismatched eyes, and there was something in them that was hard to name, something that had been there before but was sharper now, like a lens being focused. Those things you noticed in 2 hours, he said. The grain, the men following you, the food supply. I've been trying to address those same 3 issues for a month, and I have every resource this city has to offer. Okay, Naruto said. What I'm trying to ask, Tyrion said slowly, is what exactly you are. Naruto thought about it for a moment. Not the diplomatic version, not the simplified version, just the honest one. I'm someone who pays attention, he said. And I'm someone who, when he decides something needs to change, doesn't let the fact that it's hard get in the way. He opened the door. Get some sleep, Tyrion. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. He walked out into the corridor, and behind him he heard Tyrion Lannister let out a long, slow breath that contained, somewhere in its middle registers, a sound that was either dread or anticipation or, most likely, both. Naruto spent the night in the city. Not in an inn. He didn't need to sleep in the way that required horizontal surfaces and enclosed spaces, not for one night. He could manage on 2 hours of light meditation wedged in a rooftop corner, chakra circulating quietly, Kurama providing the kind of background awareness that made it unnecessary to worry about being crept up on. But he didn't sleep yet. He walked. He walked the lower city in the dark, which was the kind of activity that King's Landing's residents would have called suicidal. The lower city at night belonged to people who had no reason to be kind to strangers, and the city watch was thin and inconsistently distributed, and the alleys between the packed tenements were dark in the specific way of places where violence lives. Nobody troubled him. This was not because the lower city was safe. It was because whatever the lower city's dangerous elements sensed when they looked at the figure moving through the dark streets, unhurried, hands in pockets, blue eyes occasionally catching the torchlight in a way that didn't reflect quite right, triggered in them the deep mammalian wisdom that distinguishes between predators and things that are not prey. He watched the city think at night. The grain distribution he'd spotted was a larger operation than he'd initially read, 3 separate chains of people involved, and the stolen supplies were going somewhere specific, somewhere in the Flea Bottom district. He didn't intervene. Not yet. He just noted it. Mapped it the way he mapped any territory he was moving through, with the patient environmental intelligence he'd learned from Jiraiya. He found the place where the city's pulse ran weakest. Flea Bottom. He'd heard the name from Davos in passing. It was the lowest district, the oldest, packed with the people who had ended up at the bottom of everything else. Narrow lanes barely wide enough for 2 people, tenements that leaned toward each other above until they nearly touched, blocking the sky. Fires burning in iron pots at corners for light and heat. Children up past any reasonable hour because the tenements were too crowded and too hot for sleeping unless you gave up on a reasonable hour. He sat down at one of the fires. There were 4 people already there, 2 old women sharing a pipe, a man in his 30s with a bandaged hand and the hollow eyes of someone dealing with pain on a chronic budget, and a girl of about 12 who looked at Naruto with the unsentimental assessment of a child who has learned to quickly evaluate new adults. "You're not from here," the girl said. "Nobody tells me anything new," Naruto said. This produced something that wasn't quite a smile but lived nearby. "What's the orange for?" "I like orange." "It's stupid," she said. "You stand out. That's kind of the idea." The old woman with the pipe exhaled a long stream of smoke. "Boy," she said, and the word had no particular gender, "you got the look of someone about to do something." Naruto looked at her. She was old, genuinely old, the kind of old that means you have seen things arrange and rearrange themselves enough times that the current arrangement has stopped surprising you. Her eyes were clear. "What kind of look?" he asked. "The kind that comes through every 10 or 20 years, she said. "Someone with too much something, power, or luck, or God-touched madness, who looks at how things are and decides they're going to be different." She pulled on the pipe. "Usually ends badly. For them or for the things they're trying to change." She thought about it. The fire popped. The bandaged man shifted, grimaced. "Both, sometimes," she said. "But the things that change, they stay changed." Naruto watched the fire for a while. "The grain being stolen," he said. "Up near the gate of the gods." "Where's it going?" None of them reacted with surprise. The girl looked at the fire. The old woman smoked. The bandaged man looked at his hands. "Nowhere good," the man said finally. "I know." "Where specifically?" A pause. The other old woman, the one who hadn't spoken yet, said, "There's a man named Oris who buys it. Sells it private, by weight. People pay double for grain they can't get otherwise." Her voice was flat, informational. "Winter coming, they pay triple. And nobody stops him because he has people." The girl's voice was precise. "And the city watch gets a cut." Naruto nodded. He'd already suspected most of this. Confirming it was different from suspecting it, though. Confirmation had weight. He stayed at the fire for another hour. He didn't ask more questions. He listened to what was said and unsaid, the shape of a place made legible by the people who had no option but to know it intimately. By the time he left, he had a city in his head, not the one visible from the Red Keep, not the one on any official map, but the actual one. The one with blood in it. He climbed to a rooftop near the harbor and sat cross-legged in the dark, looking at the lights of the city below him and the dark line of the castle above. You're planning something, Kurama said. I'm thinking. That's the same thing with you. What do you think? A pause. I think this place is not your problem. I think you have people at home who are worried about you. I think you could spend a week figuring out how to get back and it would be the sensible thing to do. Yeah, Naruto said. But? He looked down at Flea Bottom, dark below the hill, where the fire in the iron pot was still going and the girl with the unsentimental eyes was probably still awake. But somebody has to, he said. Kurama made a sound that contained centuries of accumulated exasperation and something underneath it that was not patience exactly but was, perhaps, its predecessor. You're going to need a plan, the fox said. An actual one, this time. I have the beginning of one. That's marginally better than usual. Naruto closed his eyes and let the city breathe around him, the smell of it, the noise of it, the specific ache of a place that had been pushing against something too hard for too long and was about to crack. He could feel it the way you feel pressure in your ears before a storm. He sat on the roof until the sky began to lighten in the east and the city began to collect itself for another day. Then he stood up, rolled his shoulders, and went to find breakfast. He had a king to meet. Chapter 2, The Court of Lions. The Red Keep in morning light was a different thing from what it had been at dusk. At dusk it had looked powerful, solid, purposeful, the color of old blood against the golden sky. In the early morning it looked like what it actually was, a very large building full of people who were all, in various ways, afraid of each other. Naruto could feel it from the courtyard where he'd been deposited by a pair of guards who had been sent to find him, a task they'd accomplished by walking into the first decent-looking inn near the harbor and being directed immediately by the innkeeper to the man in the orange, you can't miss him, and escorted with the specific energy of men who had been told to bring someone and were hoping the someone wouldn't require actual force. He hadn't. He'd finished his bread and come willingly. The courtyard was wide and stone-flagged, with the main keep rising on one side and a series of connected towers on the others. Knights moved through it. Servants crossed in efficient lines. A maester in grey robes hurried somewhere with a stack of papers under his arm. Everywhere Naruto looked there was the visual grammar of a court, the subtle hierarchies expressed in clothing and posture and eye contact and the careful calculation of who stepped aside for whom. He stood in the middle of all of it with his hands in his pockets and watched. Tyrion appeared from a side door moving fast, wine glass already in hand for a man who hadn't been awake long, and came to stand next to Naruto with the energy of someone who had been thinking very hard since last night and had arrived at conclusions that were worrying him. You're actually going to do this, Tyrion said. It wasn't a question. Meet your king. Naruto said. Yeah. He's not in a good mood. He's rarely in a good mood. He will likely say something offensive within 30 seconds and then order something unpleasant. Tyrion drank from his glass. His king's guard will be present. Ser Marin Trant and Ser Boros Blunt are assigned to him today. Both are experienced fighters who will absolutely attempt to harm you if the king orders it. Naruto looked at him. Are you trying to warn me for my sake or for theirs? Tyrion opened his mouth. Closed it. Drank more wine. I'm not sure anymore. I'll be fine. That's what concerns me, Tyrion said. Not your safety. The geopolitical implications of whatever, fine, looks like when you're involved. Naruto almost said I'll be careful and then remembered his conversation with Davos and decided to say something more accurate instead. I won't hurt anyone who doesn't seriously try to hurt me first. And if someone seriously tries to hurt you, then I'll stop them. He paused. Without hurting them much. Tyrion looked at the courtyard, the guards, the towers, the flag with the lion above the highest point. He looked like a man conducting a private negotiation with his own nervous system. The throne room, he said. I'll take you in. He searched for the word, a petitioner. From the east. You've come seeking an audience regarding trade. That's the story. I don't need a story. Everyone needs a story in there. Tyrion. Naruto looked at him, and whatever Tyrion saw in that look made him stop talking. I'm going in as myself. Not because I'm trying to make things difficult. Because the only way any of this works is if I'm honest from the start. He started walking toward the main doors. Come on. Tyrion stood for a moment, glass in hand, watching him go. This is going to be the best worst day of my life, he said to no one, and followed. The throne room was everything the description had promised and nothing that description could have prepared for. It was vast, genuinely, architecturally vast, with a ceiling high enough to lose in shadows and walls that were the specific gray of stone that had been important for a very long time. The light came from high windows and from torches and brackets and from a brazier arrangement near the base of the throne that threw everything in a red-orange cast that Naruto thought was probably deliberate. It was the kind of light designed to make whoever sat at the far end look like something more than human. The throne itself. Naruto stopped walking and looked at it. He had heard it described. He'd had time to form a mental image. The mental image had been wrong, not in detail but in quality, in the specific feeling the thing produced. It was made from swords. Hundreds of them, maybe thousands, all the swords of the defeated enemies of Aegon the Conqueror, melted and hammered and twisted into a single brutal structure that was equal parts throne and warning. It was asymmetrical and jagged and the blades protruding from it caught the light in dozens of directions at once. It was the ugliest piece of furniture he'd ever seen. He thought about the Hokage's office, the wooden desk with the paperwork always overflowing it, the window behind it that looked out over the village, the hat he'd never fully gotten comfortable wearing. The idea of the office was that you sat in a chair and did work and the work was for the people who lived there. This thing communicated something else entirely. It communicated that whoever sat here had hurt enough people to make a chair out of the evidence. He was still looking at it when he became aware that there were people looking at him. There was a small council, men in good clothing positioned to the sides of the room with the careful neutrality of professionals who have learned to evaluate before reacting. A maester. Several knights in white cloaks, the King's Guard, he guessed. Courtiers. Lords. Ladies. The specific population of a throne room on a public audience morning. And on the throne, sitting in the way that only someone who had never been denied anything sat, with their body flung wide across the seat, one leg over an armrest, radiating the particular confidence of someone who had confused being immune to consequences with being above them, sat Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, king of the Undulls and the First Men. He was 16. He was blonde, which on him looked like a statement. He had the bone structure of someone who would have been handsome if there had been any warmth in his face, but there wasn't, and so the good bones read instead as a kind of predatory architecture. His eyes were light and moved over the room with the scanning quality of something that was always looking for an opportunity. They found Naruto. There was a beat, the specific beat of Joffrey's mind catching on the wrong thing and pulling. He sat up slightly. "What?" he said, in a voice that had the carrying quality of someone accustomed to a room of people hanging on their every word, "is that?" Naruto walked forward until he was approximately in the middle of the room, which felt like the right distance, and stopped. He stood the way he always stood, easy, grounded, hands coming out of his pockets now because pockets didn't feel right for this moment. Not defensive. Not aggressive. Just present. "Naruto Uzumaki," he said. His voice came out naturally, and it carried in the room better than Joffrey's had because Naruto's voice had been trained to carry over the sound of battle and he wasn't really trying. "I got here 2 days ago. I wanted to come and introduce myself." A silence. "You," Joffrey said slowly, "walked into my throne room wearing," he seemed to be struggling with the jacket, "that?" "It's my color," Naruto said. Something moved in the corner of his vision. Tyrion, who had entered behind him and taken up position to the side, was pressing his fingers to his forehead with the expression of a man preparing to witness a natural disaster. Joffrey was studying him with those light, scanning eyes. "Where are you from? You look like a savage." "Far East," Naruto said. He didn't take offense because Joffrey's contempt was so completely impersonal, it was the contempt of someone who applied it to everything as a default setting, which made it information about Joffrey rather than information about Naruto. Kneeling is customary, Joffrey said. When you're in the presence of a king. Naruto looked at him. He took in the boy on the throne, the flung-wide posture, the eyes that were constantly calculating advantage, the thin set of his mouth that suggested he had learned very early that the world would rearrange itself around his discomfort and had never been shown otherwise. He saw, underneath all of it, the specific shape of someone who had been failed by every adult in his life, either by giving him too much or protecting him from too much or simply not telling him the truth at any useful moment. None of that was sufficient reason to kneel. In my country, Naruto said, conversationally, we bow to the Hokage. That's my title too, actually, 7th Hokage. But we bow out of respect, not because we're supposed to. He paused. I don't know you well enough to respect you yet. No offense. Every sound in the throne room stopped. It was the kind of silence that has edges. Joffrey had gone very still on the throne, in the way that 16-year-olds who have been told their gods go still when reality contradicts itself in front of them. The calculation in his eyes was shifting into something hotter and less rational. Ser Marin, he said. One of the white-cloaked knights stepped forward. He was a big man, broad, experienced, carrying the ease of someone who had been asked to do this kind of thing before and found it uncomplicated. His hand went to his sword. Naruto waited. The sword came out. Ser Marin Trant was fast, for a man in armor, genuinely fast, the kind of speed that came from years of regular practice with serious partners. The cut was direct and clean, aimed at Naruto's shoulder at an angle that suggested he'd been told to intimidate rather than injure. Naruto caught the blade. Not the handle. The blade. Between his thumb and first two fingers, like catching a thrown stick. The sound it made, a flat metallic clang that didn't ring the way stopped swords usually ring but thudded, dead, like hitting stone, went through the throne room the way a stone goes through still water. Ser Marin pulled. The sword didn't move. He pulled harder. Both hands now, full body weight behind it. His feet moved, adjusting for purchase. His face went from professional neutrality to something that was working hard not to become alarm. The sword didn't move. Naruto was still looking at Joffrey. I'll let go in a second, Naruto said to Ser Marin, without looking at him. I just wanted to make a point. He turned slightly to include the knight in his eye line. I'm not trying to embarrass you. This isn't about you. He released the blade. Ser Marin staggered back a step from the sudden absence of resistance. He looked at his sword. Looked at his hand. Looked at Naruto's fingers, which were not bleeding. He sheathed his sword and stepped back with the mechanical precision of a man operating on protocol while the rest of him was conducting an urgent internal inquiry. Joffrey had stood up from the throne. This was, apparently, something he didn't do often. Several of the courtiers near Naruto shifted their weight in the way of people recalibrating the threat level of the room. Joffrey on his feet was still a 16-year-old boy, but he was a 16-year-old boy who had just had his universe rearranged and was reacting to it with the specific fury of someone for whom that experience was entirely new. Kill him, Joffrey said. Not to one knight. To the room. 2 King's Guard moved. Other guards moved. A lord near the wall drew his blade. The response was fast and professional and it happened all at once and it was, objectively, a fairly impressive display of coordinated violence by the standards of the room. Naruto exhaled. He didn't move from where he was standing. He let the first knight get within arm's reach and then he stepped sideways, not backward, sideways, 2 feet to the left, and the knight's momentum carried him past. He caught the second knight's sword arm at the wrist, redirected the cut away from himself and 2 feet into the air where it hit nothing, and held the wrist for a moment before releasing it. The guard from the wall came at him from an angle and Naruto stepped inside his reach and put one hand flat on his chest and pushed, gently, comparatively, about a quarter of the force he'd used to stop the Ironborn ship, and the guard slid backward across the stone floor on his boots for a full 10 feet before his back hit the wall, whereupon he sat down looking confused. The third Kingsguard, Cerberus Blunt, whose approach had been the most technically sophisticated of the three, came at him with a coordinated combination, a cut high followed by a shield bash, and Naruto ducked the cut and let the shield bash land on his shoulder. The bash was powerful enough that the metal boss on the shield dented. Cerberus's arm recoiled. He shook it. Looked at the dented shield. Everything stopped again. Nobody was hurt. Nobody was down. The room had just been shown, in about 8 seconds, with no real effort and no damage, what the gap was between everyone in it and the man in the orange jacket. Naruto straightened. He looked at Joffrey. Joffrey was gripping the arm of the throne. He'd sat back down at some point, probably without realizing it, the way you sit down when your legs make a decision your pride hasn't approved yet. His knuckles were white. His face had gone through several colors in rapid succession and had arrived, currently, at a furious pale that looked like the prelude to a shout. "You will kneel," Joffrey said. His voice was shaking. Not with fear exactly, with the pressure of someone who needed something very badly and couldn't find the mechanism to make it happen. "Or I will have you executed. I will have your head on a spike on the city wall and I will, Joffrey." The voice came from the side of the room. Cersei Lannister stepped forward from where she had been standing, and the room rearranged itself around her with the specific smoothness of rooms that had been doing that for years. She was dressed in crimson and gold, her hair perfect, her face a study in controlled presentation. She had the kind of beauty that was also a weapon, deliberately maintained, strategically deployed, and absolutely working right now because it was the thing she reached for when everything else had failed. She stopped beside the throne and looked down at Naruto. He looked up at her. She was intelligent. He'd known she would be. Davos had described her as the most dangerous person in the Red Keep, which hadn't been a compliment. The intelligence was visible in the way her eyes moved, the way she catalogued the room from her peripheral vision while her face looked composed and focused on him. She had assessed the last 8 seconds with the rapid clarity of someone who had been running calculations since before Ser Marin drew his blade. "You've made your point," she said. Her voice was smooth and exactly calibrated, carrying just enough warmth to be a tool. "There's no need for further demonstration." "I wasn't trying to demonstrate anything," Naruto said. "No." She tilted her head. "You've just shown my son's entire Kingsguard that they can't touch you. If that wasn't a demonstration, what was it?" "Self-defense," Naruto said. Something crossed her face, not quite a smile. More like the precursor to one that she decided not to complete. "You're very calm. Is that unusual here?" She looked at him for a long moment. Behind her, Joffrey was trying to say something and she put one hand on his shoulder with the gentle implacability of a woman who has been managing her son's impulses for 16 years and has the techniques down to an art form. "What do you want?" she asked Naruto. "I want to understand what's happening in this kingdom," Naruto said. "I've been here 2 days and I've seen about a dozen things that I think someone should be dealing with. I'd like to help." He paused. "I'm also stuck here. I need to figure out how to get home." "Both of those things are true." Cersei studied him. He could see her working through the angles, what he could be, who might have sent him, what the strategic value of him was, how he could be controlled or directed or used. It was fascinating to watch, actually. She was fast. She was processing him the way a grandmaster processes a board. She arrived at a conclusion he could see settle over her face. "You'll be given chambers," she said. "And someone to answer your questions. I'd like to speak with you privately." "Sure," Naruto said. "This evening." "Fine." He looked at Joffrey, who had subsided into seething silence beside his mother, staring at Naruto with the flat intensity of something that has decided to wait. "Nice to meet you," Naruto said to him. Joffrey's jaw tightened. He said nothing. Naruto turned to Tyrion as he walked away from the throne. Tyrion had been standing throughout in the expression-free stillness of a man suppressing about 17 different reactions through sheer force of will. "How'd I do?" Naruto asked quietly. You caught a sword, Tyrion said, equally quiet. They did draw first. You told the king you didn't respect him. I said I didn't know him well enough yet. In this court that's the same thing. Tyrion fell into step beside him, and his voice, when it came, was genuinely thoughtful rather than alarmed. My sister is going to try to use you. She decides what she wants in the first 30 seconds and spends the rest of the time making it happen. What do you think she wants? Tyrion was quiet for a moment. A weapon, he said. Something she can point at her enemies. And if I'm not interested in being pointed? Then, Tyrion said, it will be a very interesting evening. The chambers he was given were more opulent than anything he'd slept in since the daimyo of the Land of Fire had once insisted on housing the Hokage delegation in the East Tower, which had beds soft enough to be a navigational hazard. The Red Keep's guest chambers ran to heavy curtains and carved furniture and a window that looked down over the city in a way that would have been about status if Naruto had been the kind of person who cared about status. He sat on the windowsill instead of the bed and looked out at King's Landing in the afternoon. From here the shape of the city made sense in a different way than it had from street level. He could see the flea-bottom district, identifiable by its density and its lack of the visual breathing room that money bought, and the merchant city arrayed around it, and the port, and the roads coming in from the various gates. He could see the great September of Baelor on its hill, the dome catching the light. He could see the city as a system, the way movement flowed and pooled and where it didn't flow, which was always telling. Tyrion came by in the mid-afternoon with wine he didn't offer to share, which Naruto read as a sign of stress, and a book. History, Tyrion said, setting it on the table. Westeros. Everything I have time to explain, this covers. Read fast. I will. Naruto picked it up. It was dense, closely written, the kind of history that assumes you already know the first 500 years and is filling in the last 100. He flipped through it, reading fast in the literal sense, chakra-assisted processing running the text through his comprehension at a pace that made Tyrion, who had glanced over, go quiet and watch. You read quickly, Tyrion said. I need context. Naruto set the book down after 6 minutes, having gotten the rough shape of Westeros's last century of history into his head well enough to work with. Your family has had its hands in everything for a long time. We're good at that. How do you feel about it? Tyrion looked at him with the expression he'd been wearing since last night, the one that suggested he was constantly reassessing the conversation's trajectory. That's a complicated question. You don't have to answer. I know I don't have to. Tyrion sat down in the chair by the fire, which was burning despite the weather, because Red Keep chambers were apparently always cold. He looked at his wine glass. I feel about my family the way a man feels about a fire he was born next to. It keeps you warm and it burns everything it touches and you can't actually leave because it's been burning for so long that the whole landscape around it has changed. Naruto nodded. He understood complicated families in the way you understand them when you've been one. Your brother, Naruto said. He'd read enough of the book. Jaime. The Kingslayer. He killed the last king. He did. Tyrion's voice was level but tight, the levelness of long practice. Was it wrong? The question landed differently than Tyrion expected. He looked up. The king he killed was burning people alive, Naruto said. Men and women. Alive, with fire. Your brother stopped him. He paused. Where I come from, that's not a betrayal. That's the job. Tyrion was quiet for a long moment. The fire cracked. Somewhere below them, a door opened and closed. Most people here think differently, Tyrion said. I know. I read the book. Naruto looked out the window. There's something wrong with how this place decides what's honorable. You're called the Kingslayer for stopping a monster, and the people who let the monster happen are called loyal. He shook his head. It's backwards. Tyrion drank his wine. You've been here 2 days, he said, but without edge, more like someone noting a strange fact. Sometimes it takes less time than that. Naruto looked at him directly. Do you know what you'd do differently? If you could. It was not the kind of question that got asked in the Red Keep. Tyrion's whole body language adjusted, small shifts, like a man who had been braced for one kind of blow and received a different kind. I know exactly what I'd do differently, Tyrion said quietly. He didn't elaborate. Naruto didn't push. The fire cracked again, and between them there was a silence that had the specific quality of a truth that had been said as far as it was going to go said, for now, and both of them knew it. Cersei received him in a private solar that smelled of rose oil and old stone, with a fire going and wine on a low table and 2 cups, which Naruto read as deliberate hospitality staging. The cups were the same size, which told him she intended to drink from hers to signal there was nothing in his. She was standing when he came in. She didn't offer to sit and didn't sit herself, which was also deliberate. She wanted the room dynamic to be mobile, not fixed. He sat down anyway. Not in the provided chair but on the window ledge again, in the way that had already annoyed the appropriate number of people today. She looked at him. He looked at her. My son wants you dead, she said. No preamble. Direct. He respected that. I know. I've persuaded him to wait. She moved to the table and poured wine from the decanter, 1 cup, her own. She didn't pour his, which updated the signal he'd been reading. You're more valuable alive, I told him. For now. That's practical of you. I'm a practical woman. She turned to look at him, wine in hand, standing between the fire and the window with the specific composure of someone who has practiced this positioning. What are you? I told your son. Naruto Uzumaki. 7th, I heard what you told Joffrey. Her voice sharpened, briefly. What are you? What you did with those knights, what you did to Ser Marin's blade. That's not natural. Not here. Not here, he agreed. Where I'm from it's less unusual. Magic, she said. The word came out flat, neither credulous nor dismissive. Something like that. I don't trust magic. Her eyes were steady. Magic killed my father. Magic put dragons in the hands of a girl who wants my children's heads. This was information. He filed it. Daenerys Targaryen, he said. You've heard the name. Tyrion's book. He looked at her directly. She has dragons and she's coming here. Eventually. Cersei's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. Yes. And you're not going to be ready for her. The silence was different this time. Sharper. That, Cersei said, is the point. She set her wine down and turned to face him fully, and he could see her making a decision, not impulsively but with the calculated deliberateness of someone who has assessed all the options and chosen the one she thinks she can control. I want you to fight for us. When she comes. I can give you, no, Naruto said. She stopped. I'm not fighting for you against her, he said. He kept his voice easy because he wasn't saying it as an insult, it was just the truth, simple. I'm not going to be anyone's weapon here. That's not what I'm for. Then what are you for? The question was more genuine than she intended it to sound. He heard the layer beneath the strategy, the actual question, from the actual person. I'm trying to understand your kingdom, he said. And then I'm going to do something about the parts that are broken. Not because anyone hired me. Because they need doing. Cersei looked at him. Really looked, the strategy dropped back, and underneath it was something that was assessment of a different kind. Not what can I use this for? Something more like, what is this? The parts that are broken, she said carefully. That's a large list in any kingdom. It's a very large list in this one, he agreed. She picked up her wine again. She was thinking. He could see the calculation returning, and he knew she was arriving at a version of understanding him that was going to be wrong in some ways and right in others, the way smart people who have only one frame sometimes arrive at understanding. You have no idea how this world works, she said. It wasn't contemptuous. It was almost gentle, the gentleness of someone sharing useful information. No, Naruto said. I have no idea how this world works. He looked at her. But I understand people. And I understand what it looks like when a system has been hurting people for so long that everyone inside it has started to think the hurting is just how things are. He paused. It's not just how things are. Cersei was very still. He had, without trying to, said something that had found a specific place. He wasn't sure which place, exactly, there were too many candidates, but something in her face moved, briefly, in the way of something that has been touched and doesn't want to be. Then the composure came back. Full and immediate. You'll need allies, she said, changing course with the smoothness of a master. In this kingdom, without the right alliances, even someone with your abilities will find themselves lost. Probably, he agreed. I can offer you information. Resources. Protection within King's Landing. She was back on her ground now, the offer, the leverage, the managed relationship. In exchange for honesty. Tell me what you see, what you notice. What this other world of yours has taught you. Her voice was exactly calibrated. You said you noticed things. I value that. Naruto thought about it. Actually thought about it, which she could see, and which seemed to mildly unsettle her. She'd been expecting either immediate acceptance or immediate refusal. I'll be honest with you, he said. Not because of any exchange. Just because I think you're smart enough to deserve honest conversations. He stood from the window ledge. But I'm also going to be honest with everyone else, including your son, including your enemies, including people you'd rather I didn't talk to. He met her eyes. Is that workable for you? She looked at him for a long time. You're strange, she said. I've been told. You walk into my son's throne room and embarrass his guard and refuse to kneel and then offer me honesty. There was something in her voice that wasn't quite laughter but shared its shape. Most people in your position would be begging for their lives. Most people in my position can't catch swords, Naruto pointed out. This time the almost laughter went slightly further. It didn't become a real laugh. He suspected real laughs were rare from Cersei, hoarded for moments when she was certain they couldn't be used against her, but it existed, briefly, in the room between them. Tonight you'll dine with the small council, she said. It was a change of topic and a decision and a dismissal, all at once. My father will be there. Tywin Lannister. She paused, and something in her voice shifted, a specific shift, like a small admission. He will try to use you. He's better at it than I am. It was the most honest thing she'd said to him. He recognized it as a gift, even if it was a strategic gift. Thanks for the warning, he said. He went to the door. Her voice came after him, even, controlled. Uzumaki. He stopped, hand on the door frame. My children, she said. Not a threat. Not a plea. Something in between, from somewhere that wasn't strategy at all. Whatever you think of this court. Whatever you decide to do here. My children are not this place. He turned to look at her. She was standing by the fire, wine in hand, and for one moment the composure was thin as paper and underneath it was something so straightforwardly human it was almost startling, a woman who was afraid for her children in a way that had nothing to do with lions or thrones or iron swords. I know, he said. I won't. He meant it. She could see that he did. Something in her shoulders moved, not relaxing exactly. More like releasing one specific tension among many. He left. The small council dinner was a different kind of experience. The council chamber was smaller than the throne room, arranged around a long table with a map of Westeros carved into it, which Naruto thought was a fascinating piece of interior design, the literal landscape of everything you were governing spread out under your hands every time you sat down. He spent a moment looking at the map before anyone engaged with him, tracing the shape of the continent, the north enormous and cold, the south fragmented into its various kingdoms, the narrow sea to the east, and beyond it, barely indicated, the vast eastern continent. He noted the wall, up in the far north. A thick line carved in stone, stretching coast to coast. He put his finger on it. He left it there for a moment, feeling something, not quite chakra, not quite a sense. More like a pressure, the way you feel a very cold room through a closed door. He took his finger off the wall and sat down. Tywin Lannister arrived last. This was deliberate. Naruto understood that immediately, the entrance of a man who had decided that making others wait was its own kind of statement, and who was old enough and powerful enough that the statement had long since calcified into genuine habit. He moved with the economy of someone who had long ago stopped expending energy on anything unnecessary, which meant his movements were very efficient and very cold. He sat at the head of the table. He looked at Naruto. Naruto had met powerful people. He had met the 5 Kages. He had met Madara Uchiha, and the Sage of 6 Paths, and Kaguya. He had stared down the embodiment of death itself. Tywin Lannister was none of those things, and Naruto felt none of the specific pressure those encounters produced. What he felt instead was something more ordinary and in its ordinariness more interesting, the weight of a man who had built himself, deliberately and over decades, into something that other people found overwhelming, and who had forgotten at some point that this was a construction. "You're the one from the throne room," Tywin said. "Yeah," Naruto said. "You disrespected my grandson." "I didn't kneel to a stranger." Naruto looked at him steadily. "I'd explain the principle, but I think you actually understand it better than most people in this room." Something moved in Tywin's eyes. Not warmth. More like the recognition a strategist feels when the terrain turns out to be more complex than the map suggested. The other council members were arranged around the table with the careful positioning of men who were always watching where they stood relative to everyone else. Varys, the spider, bald, soft-spoken, with eyes that missed nothing. Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, who smiled with his mouth exclusively, in a way that Naruto found immediately and specifically useful, because people who smiled only with the lower half of their face were telling you something important about the upper half. Pycelle, old and deliberate. Tyrion at the far end, who had been in this room before and looked like a man waiting to see a play he'd already read. "You'll explain what you are," Tywin said. "Not a question." "I'm someone from another world," Naruto said, for the 4th time this day, with the same equanimity he'd brought to the first telling. A rift opened. "I fell through. I'm stuck here until I figure out how to go back." "Another world," Pycelle said, with the careful skepticism of a maester. "You've all seen what I did in the throne room," Naruto said. "I'm not sure what explanation you prefer, but another world is the honest one." Varys, who had been quiet with the deliberateness of someone choosing their moment, said, "What was your world like?" The question, in Varys's voice, had a quality that was different from the others. Less about information gathering for strategic purposes and more like genuine curiosity from someone who had spent his whole life watching how power worked and was encountering a variable that genuinely didn't fit. "It was a world with a lot of the same problems yours has," Naruto said. He looked at Varys. "A long time ago there was a war so massive it nearly destroyed everything. Kingdoms were built afterward. They fought about power and resources and hurt each other for 100 years. I spent most of my life trying to change that." He paused. "I mostly managed it." "Mostly," Tyrion said from the end of the table. "Nobody gets perfect," Naruto said. Tywin had been listening with the specific stillness of someone filing information for later use. "You were a ruler," he said. "I was. And your approach to ruling was? Get strong enough that you can protect people. Then actually protect them." Naruto looked at the map carved in the table. "Everything else is details." Tywin's expression conveyed, with remarkable economy, what he thought of this philosophy. "Power is not that simple." "I know. I didn't say it was simple. I said everything else is details." He met Tywin's eyes. The protecting people part is the only part that's not negotiable. A silence. Around the table, Varys had a look that might have been something close to satisfaction, carefully smoothed. Littlefinger's smile had shifted slightly, recalibrating. Tyrion's expression was carefully neutral. Tywin said, "What do you want from this kingdom?" "Nothing you can give me," Naruto said. "The rift that brought me here, I need to understand what caused it. I need to figure out how to open another one. That's my actual goal. And while you're doing that?" "While I'm doing that, I'm going to try to help." "With what?" "Your war," Naruto said simply. "All your wars." He looked around the table. "You've got 3 kings claiming 1 throne, a 4th queen with dragons coming from the east, a famine coming for your city, and something dead and wrong moving south past your wall." He paused. "I can help with most of that." The silence after this was comprehensive. "You know about the wall," Varys said. Quiet. Careful. "I put my hand on it on the map," Naruto said. "I could feel it from there." He didn't elaborate. He watched them all process this, the quick recalibrations, the new calculations, the adjustments to how they were reading him. Tywin's face had closed. "You'll be our guest," he said. His voice had the specific quality of a decision that had been made and filed. "In the morning we can discuss." "Sure," Naruto said. "But I want to be clear about something first." He looked at Tywin, and then around the table, slowly, meeting each set of eyes. "I'm not going to be your asset. I'm not going to be pointed at anyone. I'm going to do what I think is right, and I'll tell all of you when I'm going to do it, because I believe in being transparent." He paused. "If you try to use me as a weapon or manipulate me into a position, I'll notice it and I'll tell you that I noticed it, and we'll have a conversation about it." Littlefinger's smile didn't change. Varys's expression was serene. Tywin looked at him with the assessing stillness of a man who had just heard something he respected without liking it. Pycelle said, "In my experience, everyone is pointed at someone." "In my experience," Naruto said, "that's only true until you meet someone too strong to point." He stood from the table. "I'm going to sleep," he said. "Tomorrow I'm going to start dealing with the grain situation in the lower city. After that I'm going to send messages to your other lords." He looked at the map one more time. "All of them. At the same time." He left the room. In the silence behind him, nobody spoke for almost a full minute. Then Tyrion said, "To no one in particular, he's going to send messages to all the lords at the same time." Another silence. "Yes," Varys said pleasantly. "I believe he is." That night, lying on the bed he didn't need to sleep in, Naruto stared at the ceiling and talked to Kurama. Not out loud, internally, the private channel they'd maintained for years, the conversation that existed in the space between his consciousness and the foxes, which had started as negotiation and was now just habit. Friendship, even, in the way that millennia of loneliness on one side and a lifetime of stubbornness on the other eventually arrive at something that's too worn in to be called anything else. "You're going to send clones," Kurama said. "Yeah. To every major lord. Simultaneously." "Yeah. How many are you thinking?" Naruto counted them up. He'd memorized the map. 7 major houses, plus their vassals. The wall in the north. King's Landing itself. He wanted someone in Essos, he'd find out where exactly. 40, maybe 50 clones. Spread across the continent. That's a lot of chakra. For most people, Naruto said. Not for you. Not for me. A pause. The red keep creaked around him in the specific language of old stone. Below, in the city, someone was singing, a rough, late-night voice, the kind that came after several drinks and had stopped caring about quality. "What are you going to say to them?" Kurama asked. Naruto thought about the girl at the fire in Flea Bottom. About Davos's missing fingers. About the grain going to Oris in the dark. About Joffrey's white-knuckled grip on a throne made of swords. About Cersei's voice saying my children are not this place. About the cold thing he'd felt under his finger on the map. The truth, he said. I'm going to tell them the truth. That's simple. That's simple. He closed his eyes. And if they don't like it, I'll show them what simple looks like in practice. Kurama was quiet for a moment. I've been with you a long time, the fox said. Seen you walk into a lot of rooms you had no business walking into. I know. You always find a way. Yeah. Don't get comfortable, Kurama said. This place has cold in it. Not just the north. Something cold in the way people think here. It'll try to get into you too. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling. I know, he said. That's the part I'm most worried about. I'll tell you if I feel it. Good. He closed his eyes. In 3 hours he'd make the clones. He had most of a plan, or the skeleton of one, enough to act on, which was always the minimum he needed. Tomorrow he'd get the grain situation sorted before breakfast, send Tyrion enough information to fix the city watch corruption by noon, and then he'd build the clones in the afternoon, one for each house. He went to sleep thinking about a world he'd already fixed and the things he'd learned doing it. The most important thing, people don't change when they're forced to. They change when they can't find a reason not to. His job, every time, was to take away the reasons. In the Red Keep's memory, no one had ever slept in that bed so easily. Outside, King's Landing breathed its million-person breath into the dark, and the stars above it were the wrong stars, and beyond the northern horizon the dead were walking, and in the morning, 50 shadow clones were going to knock on every door in the realm simultaneously. But tonight there was just sleep, and the distant singing, and the fire going low. Chapter 3, Ravens to every house. The Grain Man's name was Oris, and he was not a complicated person. He was large in the way that comes from a life of physical work that has since been replaced by a life of physical intimidation, with hands that were too big for the rest of him and eyes that had learned to communicate threat as a first language. He operated out of a converted warehouse in the Flea Bottom district, 3rd Street back from the river, with 4 men outside who were paid to look dangerous and 1 man inside who actually was. He'd been running the grain skimming operation for 2 years, in comfortable partnership with 3 members of the City Watch and 1 minor official in the Lannister household accounting staff, and in that 2 years he had made enough money to feel secure and not enough to feel safe, which was the specific financial position that made men like him hardest to move. Naruto found the warehouse before dawn without any particular difficulty. He'd mapped this part of the city last night in enough detail that he could have walked to it blind. He stood in the street in front of it and looked at the 4 men outside, who had not yet registered him because the light was bad and he was still and they were cold and bored, which is the combination that makes professional watchmen into amateurs. Then he knocked on the door. Not one of the 4 men's doors. The actual warehouse door, which was behind them, which meant he was already inside their perimeter before they understood what was happening. The knock was polite and firm in 3 precise beats. All 4 men turned at once. He gave them a small wave. "Morning," he said. The response was everything he'd expected, 3 of them going for weapons with the trained reflex of men who used weapons regularly and one of them stepping back the way people step back when something doesn't parse right. He let the first man's grab for his collar happen, turned with it, and redirected the man's momentum into the warehouse door, which opened under the impact with a crash that woke everyone inside. He walked in over the sprawled man, who was uninjured and confused, and stood in the warehouse. It was full of grain. Sacks of it, floor to ceiling on 3 walls, with a rough accounting table in the middle and a money box that hadn't been hidden well enough. The man who was actually dangerous, Naruto identified him immediately by the quality of his attention, the way he'd come off his chair fast and low, had a short blade out and was moving around the table. Naruto looked at the grain sacks. He looked at the money box. He looked at the ledger beside it, which was open to a page that listed, in clear handwriting, the names of the watch members who received their cut and the amounts and the dates. "Put that away," he said to the dangerous man, who had circled close enough to be in range. He said it without looking at him, still reading the ledger. The man lunged. Naruto sidestepped, took the knife out of his hand while he passed, bent the blade into a right angle with his fingers, and set it on the table. I said put it away. So technically you should put that away, he said, gesturing at the bent knife. Oris appeared from a back room. He was larger than the description he'd been given, which was saying something, and he came in wearing the specific thundercloud expression of a man who has just been woken up and whose entrance he always controls has been violated. He saw the four men in varying states of confused and the knife on the table and the orange jacket. He said something that was anatomically creative and probably accurate. Your operation ends today, Naruto said. He picked up the ledger. This is going to Tyrion Lannister. The money in that box is going to get distributed in this district. The grain in here is going to the legitimate city stores. He set the ledger down and looked at Oris. None of your men are going to be arrested. Neither are you. Oris stared at him. Who in the seven hells, Naruto Uzumaki? I'm new here. He looked around the warehouse. The 3 watch members on this list and the accounting official, they'll be removed from their positions. Someone from the small council will contact them today. He looked at Oris directly. You specifically are going to stop this and find a different line of work. I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you because it's over and the next thing you do should be something else. A long silence. Or what? Oris said. The aggression was professional, not personal. He was assessing options. Naruto looked at the warehouse wall and then back at Oris. I'll show you the or what if you want, he said pleasantly. But honestly it'll just embarrass your men and we'll end up in the same place. So. Oris looked at his dangerous man, who looked at his bent knife, who looked at his hands. One morning, Oris said finally. The aggression was draining. What replaced it was a kind of grudging pragmatism, the sound of a man updating his plans. You come in here one morning and just, yeah, Naruto said. Oris sat down heavily in his chair. He looked at the money box. He looked at the grain sacks. He looked at Naruto with the expression of someone arriving at a conclusion he doesn't fully understand. Fine, he said. Fine. Naruto took the ledger, left the bent knife, and walked back out into the dawn. He dropped the ledger with a note on Tyrion's breakfast table before Tyrion was awake, leaving it between the bread and the wine carafe, which he thought was a good location for something requiring immediate attention, and then went back to his own chambers and sat in the middle of the floor. He crossed his legs and closed his eyes and breathed. Making shadow clones at scale wasn't effortful, exactly. It was more like conducting. The chakra was already there, vast and layered, Kurama's contribution making his reserves something that had long ago exceeded any reasonable measurement. The technique was automatic at this point, he'd done it 10,000 times. But doing 50 simultaneously, and doing it with the specific intention he had in mind, required something more than mechanical execution. It required clarity. He thought about what he wanted to say. He'd been in this world for 3 days. He'd seen a city that was feeding on its own poor. He'd seen a king who was a boy with absolute power and no one honest enough to tell him the truth. He'd seen a small council of the smartest people in the kingdom spending their intelligence on each other instead of the kingdom. He'd seen, in the carvings on the map table, the shape of a continent that had been at war with itself long enough to forget what it was fighting for. And in the north, past a wall of ice, something cold was coming. What he wanted to say was simple, which was always the hardest kind of thing to say. Simple things sounded naive until they happened, and then they sounded inevitable. Stop the war. All of it. Every engagement, every siege, every raid. Stop. Not because I'm ordering you. Because I'm asking you to meet me first. And because after you meet me, if you still want to keep going, I'll be there. And you don't want me there. He let the breath out. Made the seals. Felt the chakra divide, not split, exactly, but branch, like a river becoming a delta, each branch carrying the same current at full strength. The clones came into existence one after another so fast they overlapped, each one complete, each one fully him in every way that mattered, each one briefed with its destination and its mission from the moment of creation. 50 shadow clones standing in a castle chamber in King's Landing. They looked at each other for the approximately 2 seconds before they dispersed. "Try not to break anything," Naruto said. "Sure," 49 of him said simultaneously, and then they were gone. Winterfell received its clone as the morning fog was still sitting in the courtyards. The gate guards were the first to see him, this blonde-haired stranger in the orange jacket who appeared at the outer gate as if he'd walked out of the fog itself, which he had, crossing the last 100 yards of the approach road in the grey-white morning without anyone seeing him coming. The guards called a challenge. The clone stopped, raised both hands in the universal gesture of non-hostility, and waited. They brought him inside because the alternative was leaving him outside and nobody in Winterfell had quite enough information to make that decision. He was taken to the great hall, where the morning meal was being served, the smell of bread and fire and the specific communal warmth of a northern household in the early cold. Several people were present, including, at the head of the table, a young woman with tully red in her hair and stark grey in her eyes who had the specific bearing of someone who has been given responsibility before she was ready for it and has decided to be ready anyway. Sansa Stark. The oldest remaining Stark in Winterfell, 14 years old, managing a castle that belonged to a dead family, running a household for people who needed running, doing it without complaint and without a map. She looked at the clone. "Who are you?" she said. Her voice was carefully level. "Naruto Uzumaki," the clone said. "I'm here on behalf of myself." Which I know sounds strange, but it's accurate. It sat down on a bench without being invited, gently, non-threateningly, at the far end of the table rather than across from her. "I need to talk to whoever's in charge of Winterfell." "That would be me," Sansa said. The clone looked at her. Whatever it saw, the composed face, the hands flat and steady on the table, the quality of attention she was paying to everything in the room at once, made it recalibrate in the way that Naruto always recalibrated when his initial read proved insufficient. "Right," the clone said. "Then I need to talk to you." And in King's Landing, the real Naruto opened his eyes and the clone memories of 49 other simultaneous arrivals came flooding in. The Eyrie was a problem. Not because of who was in it. Naruto had been briefed by Tyrion on Robin Lannister, the sickly young lord, and his mother Lisa Arryn, who was described in terms that Tyrion had been careful to make clinically accurate rather than unkind, but because the Eyrie sat at the top of a mountain road that wound through the vale for miles, perched on a rock face at an altitude that made it genuinely inaccessible except by a specific route. The clone ignored the road. It ran up the mountain. Not the road. The mountain itself. Vertical cliff faces, loose shale, exposure to wind that was doing its best professional work this morning. The clone moved up it the way Naruto moved up anything, chakra to the feet, surface tension engaged, treating the cliff face as a floor tilted 90 degrees, ascending at a pace that would have looked wrong from a distance and impossible up close. It arrived at the top in 20 minutes. The guards at the sky cells, the famous open-air cages where prisoners waited for a decision about whether they'd be moondoored or not, saw it arrive over the lip of the cliff face without using the approach road and reacted with what was, in the context, entirely appropriate alarm. Lisa Arryn received the clone in her hall with the specific energy of a woman who had been running on fear and grief and a love that had curdled into something her son absorbed without understanding. She was flanked by guards. She sat on her seat with Robin in her lap at an age when that was strange. She looked at the clone with eyes that were quick and paranoid and very, very smart. "You came up the mountain," she said. "Road seemed slow," the clone said. "Who sent you?" "Nobody sent me. I came." The clone looked at Robin. "Is he sick?" The question landed wrong. Lisa's arms tightened around her son. "He has a condition," she said. "Okay." The clone looked back at Lisa. "I'm not here about him. I'm here to ask you to stop the war. Or you're part of it. The veil has been closed since the war started, no army in or out, your soldiers on your side of the bloody door. I just want you to know that that's seen, and valued, and to ask that it continue. It paused. And to ask you to come to a summit. An honest conversation between all the houses, no armies, just people. Lisa was staring at it. Who are you? Naruto Uzumaki. That's not a Westerosi name. No. The clone leaned forward slightly. Lady Erin, your sister, Catelyn Stark, is alive. It had gotten this from the clone memories coming back in fragments. Sansa had said it, carefully, to Winterfell's clone, and it had landed in the pool of shared clone memory like a stone. She's at Riverrun. Whatever decisions you make right now, your sister is alive. Lisa went very still. How do you know that? She said. I know a lot of things, the clone said. I have help. It stood. Come to the summit. 2 weeks from today, the inn at the crossroads. No armies. No conditions. Just you. It paused at the door. Bring Robin if he wants to come. I'll make sure the road is safe. And in King's Landing, Naruto sat with 48 other sets of clone memories coming in at once and felt the strange doubling of that conversation. Lisa's still face, Robin's dark eyes, stack itself against the memory of Sansa's steady hands on Winterfell's table. Highgarden was the most beautiful place the clone had ever been, which was saying something because the clone was him and he had been places. The gardens were the reason for the name and the name was not overselling it. Even in late autumn, with the flowers gone and the beds resting, there was a quality to the place, the way it was arranged, the care in every line of it, the specific intelligence of something built by people who understood that beauty was also a form of argument about what life could be. The clone stood in the outer garden and looked at it for a moment and thought, yeah, I understand why people fight over this. Lady Olenna Tyrell received the clone in the garden itself. This was a choice. She was 90-something and moved with the deliberate economy of someone who had stopped wasting motion sometime in the last decade, but her eyes were the sharpest thing in the garden, sharper than the pruning shears her servant was carrying, sharper than the iron fence. She looked at the clone from her chair. Orange, she said. It was a complete sentence. It's my color, the clone said. It's a terrible color, she said. Sit down. You look like you want to stand and I'm going to make you sit because I'm not craning my neck for anyone under 100. The clone sat. It liked her immediately. I've heard about you, she said. Word travels fast in this kingdom for anyone paying the right people. She looked at him with the full intensity of a woman who had outmaneuvered every man in a 100-mile radius for 60 years. You embarrassed Joffrey in his own throne room. He tried to have me executed. Yes, he would. She picked up her tea. I was going to have Joffrey poisoned at his wedding, incidentally. She said this the way you say the weather's been cold lately. So we're on the same side about him, more or less. The clone processed this. Filed it. I'm not here about Joffrey. I know why you're here. You want a summit. You want us all to sit in a room and talk instead of fight. She drank her tea. A reasonable idea that will absolutely go wrong in at least 4 ways, but reasonable nonetheless. She set the cup down. What makes you think we'll listen? Because I'll be there, the clone said. And I've already been to everyone else's house this morning. This morning. She looked at him with eyes that were doing rapid work. How many of you are there? Enough, the clone said. Olenna was quiet for a moment. Then, you know, in 60 years, I have not met a single person in this kingdom, not one, who could walk into every room simultaneously and say a true thing and mean it. She looked out at her gardens. What do you actually want? Peace, the clone said. Peace, she repeated. Like she was tasting a word she'd read about. Not the peace where one person wins and calls it peace. Actually everyone stops and figures out how to live together. Impossible. Unlikely, the clone corrected. There's a difference. Lady Olenna Tyrell looked at the clone of Naruto Uzumaki in her autumn garden for a long time. Then she made the sound, short, sharp, genuine, of a woman who has spent 60 years being the smartest person available and has just met something new. 2 weeks, she said. I'll be there. And I'll bring my granddaughter, because she has better political instincts than most of the men I've known, and that includes my late husband, God's rest him. She waved a hand. Go. You have other stops. The clone stood and bowed, the short, genuine bow, not a performance. I liked that, she said, surprised. You earned it, the clone said. Pike was the hardest. Not because of the approach, the clone had crossed the sea by running on the water, which was efficient if aesthetically bizarre, but because of the man it had come to see. Balon Greyjoy was sitting in his hall with the specific rigidity of a man who had decided that his one consistent truth was that he would not bend, and had maintained this position for so long that it had become indistinguishable from his spine. He was old, sea-gray, with the controlled ferocity of a wolf that has learned patience. Behind him the hall smelled of salt and fish and old wood, and outside his window the sea was doing what it always did, which was remind everyone how small the land was. He looked at the clone with exactly the amount of interest he gave everything. Another king's messenger, he said. The last one we put in the sea. I'm not anyone's messenger, the clone said. I'm here for myself. From yourself. Balon's voice had the quality of someone for whom respect was a currency that had to be earned with specific denominations. You swam here. Ran. On the water. A pause. One of his Ironborn captains, a woman, Naruto saw, with the air of someone who had earned every inch of her position through things that were not negotiable, was watching the clone with the professional attention of someone who fought for a living and knew what not afraid looked like. Yara Greyjoy, the clone said. She raised her chin. I've heard you're the best captain on the Iron Islands. The only one worth the name, she said. Not bragging. Reporting. I believe it. The clone turned back to Balon. Lord Greyjoy. You're raiding the north. You took Winterfell. He said it flat, without accusation, which was somehow more confrontational than accusation would have been. The Starks are scattered. What did that cost you? Balon stared at him. And what did you gain? The clone continued. A castle that's freezing and too far from the sea to hold. Men who hate you more than they feared you before. And you've given every house with a grudge against the Ironborn a reason to unite, which is the one thing the Iron Islands cannot afford. We take what is iron, Balon said. His voice was controlled. You take what bleeds, the clone said. There's a difference. Iron doesn't bleed. Fishing villages bleed. Farmers bleed. It paused. The Ironborn don't need to raid to survive. You raid because it's what you are. But what you are is not fixed. What you are is a choice you keep making. Balon's eyes had gone very flat and very cold. There's nothing you can threaten me with, he said. It was a true statement and he delivered it as such. I'm not threatening you, the clone said. I'm asking you to come to a summit. You'll hear the same ask from every other house today. It looked at Yara. If the Ironborn come, they come as equal participants. No one will dismiss you or condescend to you or treat your seat as lesser. It turned back to Balon. When have you ever been offered that? Balon said nothing. Yara looked at her father. The clone couldn't read what passed between them, but it was something, a current, compressed, running under the surface of all the things they didn't say. We'll consider it, Yara said. Her father looked at her with an expression that was hard to read and harder to argue with. 2 weeks, the clone said. In at the crossroads. No armies. It headed for the door. Safe passage on the sea guaranteed. My word. Your word, Balon said. Who are you to guarantee passage on the Ironborn Sea? Someone who ran here on the water, the clone said, and walked out. In Dragonstone, the air smelled of sulfur and cold stone. The castle was built from dragon-carved rock, literally shaped by dragonfire a long time ago, the walls flowing in curves no human mason could have made, the gargoyles erupting from every surface with the specific menace of a building that wanted you to know it had opinions. The clone stood in the great hall before a stone table that was itself a map, another map, different from King's Landing's, this one three-dimensional and carved in relief, every mountain and river and castle standing proud from the surface. Stannis Baratheon stood on the other side of it. He was nothing like what Naruto had expected from Davos's careful, measured description. He was all angles, jaw, cheekbones, the set of his shoulders, with gray in his beard and something in his eyes that was less cold than it was tired, profoundly tired, the tiredness of a man who has been doing what he thinks is right for his entire life and has found it an unrewarding practice. Beside him stood a woman in red, Melisandre, a name the clone knew from context, whose presence had a quality that Naruto recognized the way you recognize a sound you've heard once before, something old and not quite natural, something that moved in the space adjacent to what most people could see. She was looking at the clone with an intensity that was different from everyone else's. Not threat assessment. Recognition. "You burn," she said. Her voice was accented, layered. Not with the Lord's fire. With something else. Something older. Chakra, the clone said. "I don't know this word." "Doesn't matter." The clone looked at Stannis. "Lord Baratheon." "King," said Stannis. Automatically. Without heat. Like a man who has said it so many times it has become reflex. "King," the clone said, without argument. "I've been to King's Landing. I've seen the throne. And it's an awful chair," the clone said. "But that's not the point." It looked at him steadily. "You have the best legal claim to it. That's probably true. You're also probably the most genuinely honorable claimant, which in this particular race is a low bar but you clear it." It paused. "But the war you're fighting, the cost of it, in men and resources and time, is bleeding the kingdom while something is coming from the north that none of you are ready for." Stannis's jaw moved, the small grinding motion of a man exercising patience. "What do you know of the north?" "Enough to know it matters more than the throne." The clone looked at the map table, found the wall, put its finger on it, felt the same cold press as before, here stronger, like standing outside a door with real weather on the other side. "Davos Seaworth serves you. He's a good man." Something moved in Stannis's face. The first thing that moved, really. "You know Davos. He pulled me out of the narrow sea." The clone looked up. "He believes in you. Not because you're winning. Because he thinks you're honest." It paused. "Are you?" The silence was absolute. "I am," Stannis said. He said it the way you say things that are true and cost something. "Then come to the summit," the clone said. 2 weeks. In at the crossroads. No armies, no conditions. If you're honest, you'll be heard. That's more than most of these kings are getting. It turned to Melisandre. "You'll want to come too. There are things in the north I need to talk to someone about who understands fire." Melisandre was looking at the clone with those layered eyes. "You are not from this world," she said. "Right. The Lord of Light, I respect whatever your God has to say," the clone said. "But I talk to people first, God second. It's my approach." It nodded to them both. 2 weeks. The dread fort was last, and the clone was already stretched thin by the time it arrived, not chakra thin, which wasn't really possible at Naruto's level, but informationally overloaded, carrying 49 sets of simultaneous conversations in its distributed consciousness, Winterfell and the Eyrie and Highgarden and Pike and Dragonstone and Sunspear and a dozen lesser castles all running in parallel, and arriving now at a castle that even from the outside communicated something wrong. It was in the quality of the stone, the lack of anything decorative, the silence that had no natural cause. The clone didn't go to the gate. It found a window on the third level, walked up the wall, and came in through it. Ramsay Bolton was in a room that confirmed everything the building had suggested. He was young, Naruto's age, approximately, which was somehow the most disturbing thing, with a pleasant face that was completely disconnected from his eyes. He was working on something at his table, and the clone did not look at what it was. It looked at him. Ramsay looked up with the specific lack of alarm of someone who has decided that nothing can touch him, which was either confidence or a specific kind of sickness that looked like confidence. "Interesting entrance," Ramsay said. His voice was conversational, warm, the voice of someone who found everything entertaining from a safe remove. "Ramsay Bolton," the clone said. "Ramsay Snow, technically." He smiled. "Bastard. Father won't legitimize me. Complicated family." The smile didn't reach his eyes, which weren't cold exactly but blank, not the blankness of someone suppressing feeling but of someone for whom certain feelings simply weren't installed. The clone looked at him for a long moment and arrived at a conclusion quickly and clearly. There were people in the world who could change. Naruto had built his entire philosophy around that fact. He'd changed the most powerful criminals he'd ever met, turned enemies into allies, found the humanity in people that the world had tried to bury. And then there were people who used that belief as a weapon. People who could perform the language of change fluently because they understood it from the outside and had never needed it from the inside. "I'm not here to negotiate with you," the clone said. "I'm here to tell you the same thing I've told everyone else today, which is that the war is ending, and to warn you that what I've seen of the North tells me your men are going to be needed for something real." It looked at him steadily. "And I'm here to tell you that I see you. Not what you want people to see. You." Ramsay tilted his head. "And what do you see?" "Something that won't change," the clone said. "I've been wrong about that before. I'll leave room for it. But I want you to know that whatever you do next, I'll be watching." "Watching," Ramsay repeated. He found this amusing. He found everything amusing. "Not as a threat," the clone said. "As a fact." It looked at the table. At what was there. "Made a decision. The person you're hurting. They leave this castle today." Ramsay's amusement shifted. Something underneath it shifted too, something that moved like a predator adjusting its footing. "You're not in a position, I'm always in a position," the clone said. It put both hands on the table and leaned forward. "I caught a sword with my fingers this morning. I ran here from King's Landing on water. I am in 49 other rooms simultaneously right now having this same conversation with people who have armies." It held Ramsay's gaze. "And I am telling you, as clearly as I know how, that what you're doing to the people in this castle ends today. Not because I'll hurt you. Because it's wrong." It straightened. "The summit is 2 weeks from now. Your father Roose will receive the same invitation. You may come with him if you choose." It paused. "Or you may stay here and wait for me to come back, which will be less pleasant for both of us." Ramsay was still smiling. But something behind the smile was doing recalculations. "Interesting," he said. "Yeah," the clone said, and left. The clone memories hit Naruto all at once in his chamber, a wave of 49 simultaneous conversations, faces and rooms and reactions and the specific emotional texture of each interaction. He sat with it for a while, integrating. The door opened without a knock. Tyrion came in carrying the ledger with a look that had given up on pretense. "The grain operation," Tyrion said. "It's been dismantled. Before dawn." He held up the ledger. "You left this on my breakfast table." "Between the bread and the wine," Naruto confirmed. "I thought it was a good spot." Tyrion set the ledger down. Sat in the chair. Looked at Naruto with the expression he'd been refining over the last 2 days, the one that was simultaneously asking several questions and expecting all of them to be answered unusually. The watch officers on that list, Naruto said. Can you handle that today? I already have, Tyrion said. That's not what I'm here about. He leaned forward. There are ravens arriving. From the Eyrie. From Highgarden. From Dragonstone. He paused. From Pike. Yeah. They all describe a visit this morning. From someone in an orange jacket. He looked at Naruto carefully. By my count, those locations are spread across approximately 2,000 miles. At the same time. Roughly, Naruto said. How many of you were there? 50. Tyrion looked at the ceiling. Then at his hands. Then at Naruto. 50, he said. They're made of my chakra. They're me in every way that matters, until they disperse. Each one had the same conversation with a different house. He picked up a cup of water from the table and drank from it. They'll be there for the summit. The summit, Tyrion said. The one you've apparently invited every major house to. Without asking anyone. I told the small council last night I was going to do it, Naruto said. You said you were going to send messages. Tyrion's voice was very controlled. There is a somewhat significant difference between sending messages and sending yourself to every major lord simultaneously, is there? In an orange jacket, catching their swords, and inviting yourself to sit down, I only caught swords at the ones who drew them, Naruto said. Tyrion stopped talking. Breathed carefully. What did they say? He asked, with the resigned precision of someone who has committed to understanding something fully even when it hurts. Most of them said they'd come. Naruto thought through the memories. Lady Eren needs more reassurance, but she'll come. The Ironborn are uncertain, Yara Greyjoy will push it. Stannis will come because he thinks it's the right thing to do and he can't not do the right thing. He paused. Ramsay Bolton is a problem. Not the immediate problem but the kind that doesn't go away on its own. Tyrion had gone very still. Ramsay Bolton. Yeah. I went to the Dreadfort. You went to the Dreadfort. Tyrion looked at him. Naruto. The Dreadfort is not a place people visit. It's a place people disappear into. I came in through a window. He paused. I got someone out of there. A prisoner. They should be heading south now. Tyrion's expression went through several stages. He said, who is the prisoner? Naruto thought through the flash of memory from the Dreadfort clone. The person in the room. The specific shape of someone who had been taken apart and put back together wrong, who flinched at sounds and breathed like breathing was something they were still deciding about. His name was Theon, Naruto said. Theon Greyjoy. The silence was long. Gods, Tyrion said. He's heading south. He should reach a settlement within a day. Naruto looked at Tyrion. He needs help. Real help, not just physical. Tyrion pinched the bridge of his nose. Took a breath. Came back. Is there anything else you've done this morning that I should know about? I had a conversation with Melisandre at Dragonstone. She has a connection to something that runs parallel to the thing in the north. I need to understand it better. He paused. Oh, and I told Olenna Tyrell she was worth respecting. She seemed surprised. Tyrion looked at him. She seemed surprised. Has nobody told her that before? She's the most feared grandmother in Westeros. That doesn't mean nobody should tell her. Naruto shrugged. She's going to be the most useful person at the summit. She understands what everyone wants and she's honest about it. Tyrion was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the ledger in his hand. He looked at the window. He looked at Naruto with the expression of a man who has had one of those rare encounters that rearrange the furniture of his mind and is sitting in the disarranged room trying to figure out what goes where. I have a question, Tyrion said. Okay. And I need you to answer it honestly. Always. What do you actually think is going to happen at this summit? Tyrion asked. These people hate each other. They've been killing each other's sons and fathers and burning each other's castles for the better part of 2 years. You're going to put them in a room at an inn on a road and, what? Ask them nicely. Naruto looked at him. I've done it before, he said. In your world. Where it was just as impossible. He held Tyrion's gaze. I told the 5 most powerful leaders of my world, people who had been enemies for decades, who had the power to level cities, who had actual, legitimate, devastating grievances against each other, to sit down and stop. And they did. He paused. Not because I forced them. Because I showed them what the alternative was and I stood there with them while they looked at it. And the alternative here is. The dead things past the wall, Naruto said. 49 different houses, 49 different conversations, and every single one of them, even Ramsay Bolton, went quiet when I put my finger on the wall on their map. He let that sit. They know. They all know. They're just hoping someone else is going to deal with it. Tyrion was quiet. I'm going north after the summit, Naruto said. But the summit has to happen first. Because if I go north and deal with whatever's there and come back and the war is still going, we'll be doing this forever. He looked at the window. Your people deserve better than forever. The room was still. King's Landing was busy outside the window, its constant noise coming through the glass. Inside there was just the fire and the 2 of them and the weight of what had been said. Tyrion picked up the ledger. He turned it in his hands. He thought about the list of names in it, the watch officers who had been taking the grain money, the minor official in the accounting staff, people he'd known were there somewhere, that he'd been trying to find for a month, that Naruto had handed him inside 24 hours. You know, Tyrion said carefully, in my experience, people who want to fix things usually want to fix them in ways that benefit themselves. I know, Naruto said. You don't seem to. I want to go home, Naruto said. That's my benefit. I'm stuck here and I want to go home. Everything else is just. He looked for the word. Found it. Obvious. What needs doing is obvious. It's always obvious. People just decide it's complicated because the complicated version protects what they already have. Tyrion Lannister looked at this strange man from another world, in an orange jacket, who had caught a sword with his fingers and dismantled a grain scheme before breakfast and sent 50 copies of himself to every house in Westeros and gotten a prisoner out of the Dread Fort and was talking about fixing a 5-way civil war as if it were a plumbing problem. 2 weeks, Tyrion said. 2 weeks, Naruto confirmed. I'll need to prepare the small council. Tell your father too. Tyrion stood. My father will say the summit is beneath him. He'll say that and then he'll come, Naruto said. Because he's the smartest person in this building and he'll know that not being there is more dangerous than being there. Tyrion stopped at the door. He didn't turn around. His voice, when it came, was quieter than the rest of the conversation. Stannis, he said. He'll never agree to share power. It's not in him. I know. So what do you do with a man who's right about his claim and impossible about everything else? Naruto thought about all the people he'd known who had been right and impossible. The ones who had chosen rightness over connection. The ones who had been so committed to what they deserved that they couldn't see what was being offered. I try to show him something worth being possible for, Naruto said. Tyrion made the sound, not quite a laugh, not quite its absence. Opened the door. 2 weeks, he said, and left. Naruto looked at the window. Outside, King's Landing was getting on with its business the way cities do, indifferent to the fact that in the last 12 hours its grain scheme had been dismantled, its king had been embarrassed, a prisoner had been freed from the worst castle in the north, and every major house in the realm had received an invitation to stop being at war. He pulled out a piece of parchment that Tyrion had left him yesterday. He started writing a message to Daenerys Targaryen. He'd need a different kind of messenger for that one. Not a clone. Something she'd understand. He'd have to think about how to talk to someone with dragons. Outside, a raven landed on the windowsill, regarded him with the specific intelligence ravens deploy when they want you to know they're watching, and flew away east. It was a start. Chapter 4, The Day of Answers. The answers came back in 3 days. Not all of them at once, they came in the way things come when you've thrown a stone into water and are watching the rings expand. First the ravens, then the riders, then the things that didn't come by raven or rider but arrived instead as news carried by frightened men on tired horses reporting things they didn't have the vocabulary for. The first raven was from Stannis. It was short and precise and utterly Stannis, 2 sentences confirming attendance at the summit, 1 sentence demanding that the terms be put in formal writing, and a postscript in a different hand that Naruto recognized as Davos's writing, reading simply, "I told you so." Naruto laughed at that one, alone in his chamber, genuinely and fully, for the first time since he'd arrived. Highgarden sent 3 ravens. The first confirmed Olenna's attendance. The second confirmed Marjorie Tyrell's attendance with a rider's note attached saying she was bringing her own kitchen staff because she wasn't eating in food. The third was a brief personal note in a hand that was elegant and efficient that read, "You told my grandmother she was worth respecting. She hasn't stopped talking about it. I'll be there." Empty. The Aerie sent no raven. Instead, Lisa Aaron sent a rider who arrived at King's Landing's gate in the morning of the second day, travel-worn and cautious, carrying a sealed letter that confirmed attendance in handwriting that was sharp and fine and contained, in its margins, a second message in a different hand, smaller, hurried, like something added quickly, "Is it true my sister is alive? Please tell me it's true." Naruto wrote back the same day. He told her yes. What didn't come back as ravens were the armies. The first one appeared on the King's Road 2 days after the clone visits. It was a Lannister force, 3,000 men, moving south from Harrenhal where they'd been staging, heavy cavalry in the van and infantry behind with the focused momentum of a force that had been given clear orders and was executing them with the grim efficiency of soldiers who were good at their work. They were not coming to King's Landing. They were moving to intercept something. The rider who brought this news to the small council was breathless and specific. The force was commanded by Ser Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, which meant it had been sent by Tywin. Tywin, in the small council chamber, received this news with the immobile face of a man who had sent the force and was unsurprised by its existence. Naruto was sitting at the end of the table. "You sent an army," he said. It wasn't an accusation. It was an observation delivered in the tone of someone checking their understanding. "A military force," Tywin said. His voice was the auditory equivalent of his face, controlled, deliberate, communicating exactly what it intended to communicate and nothing else. "The Riverlands remain contested. It's prudent to maintain a presence." "It's moving to the Twins," Varys said, with the gentle specificity of someone who had already had his people confirm the route. "The phrase," Naruto said. He'd read enough. The phrase controlled the crossing. The phrase were the kind of family that would cut any arrangement to match their immediate interest, which made them both essential and corrosive in any alliance structure. "You're repositioning to control the river crossing before the summit." Tywin looked at him. "That's a good strategy," Naruto said. "If you were planning to use the summit as a setup for something else. Which I told you I'd notice if you tried." The room was quiet with the specific quality of quiet that descends when something true has been said in a room full of people who were hoping it wouldn't be. "I sent a military force," Tywin said again. "To an area that remains active. The timing is coincidental." Naruto looked at him for a long moment. Then he said, "I'm going to ask you something directly, because I think you prefer direct things even when you pretend otherwise." He leaned forward. "Do you actually want this war to end?" Tywin met his gaze. "Wars end when they're won." "That's not what I asked." A pause. "What you're proposing, do you want it to end?" Naruto said. "You." Tywin Lannister. Not the Hand, not the Lord of Casterly Rock. "You." He watched him. "Because I think there's a version of you that's exhausted. That has been doing this for 40 years and knows exactly how much it costs and has never once been able to stop because stopping means admitting you could have stopped earlier. He paused. I'm not asking you to admit that. I'm asking whether, if I can actually make this work, you'll let me. The silence was the longest one yet. Tywin Lannister looked at this young man from another world with eyes that had been calculating since before Naruto's world existed, and something moved in them, not warmth, not sentiment, nothing so readable. Something older and harder that was the deep, buried residue of a thing that had once been human tiredness. Recall the Force, Tyrion said quietly. He was looking at his father, and something in his face was stripped down to something more basic than his usual careful intelligence. Father. Recall it. Another silence. The Clegane Force will hold its position at Harrenhal, Tywin said. He addressed this to Naruto. It will not advance. It wasn't a recall. It was a compromise. Naruto took it. Thank you, he said. Tywin looked at him as if being thanked was a foreign country. Then he looked away at the table. The second answer was less diplomatic. It came from a Lord of the Reach, not Highgarden itself, one of its banner men, a man named Tarly whose military reputation was impeccable and whose political imagination was limited to the field of, if something is a problem, assign soldiers to it. He had assembled 4,000 men and was marching north, apparently under the impression that the orange-clad stranger visiting great houses and demanding summits was some kind of advance agent for a Targaryen invasion and required a preemptive response. Naruto was eating lunch when this news arrived. He was eating in the courtyard this time, sitting on the steps with bread and cold meat and a cup of water, because the small council dining room had begun to feel like a room where information was managed rather than shared, and he preferred open air. Randyll Tarly's army was 6 days' march from King's Landing. He thought about it while he finished his bread. Then he made 12 clones and sent them south. The clones arrived at the Tarly forces' camp as dusk was settling over the Reach, landing from 3 directions simultaneously and walking through the outer pickets with the unhurried ease of people who had not been stopped by pickets yet and saw no reason to start now. They converged on the command tent. Randyll Tarly was a compact, hard-faced man with a general's economy of movement and the specific fury of someone who had a plan and was about to have it interrupted. He went for his sword, the legendary Heartsbane, ancestral Valyrian steel, with the trained speed of one of the finest soldiers in Westeros. All 12 clones watched him draw it. That's a beautiful sword, the center clone said, genuinely. Tarly stopped. He was looking at 12 identical people in orange jackets. You sent 12 of yourself, he said. It felt appropriate for a military camp, the center clone said. Easier to have the conversation simultaneously from multiple sides. Less confusion. Tarly looked at them. The mathematical quality of his mind was visible, he was running numbers, calculating what 12 of these things meant, updating against what he'd been told. You're not Targaryen agents, he said. No. Who sent you? I sent myself, the center clone said. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I visited Highgarden 3 days ago. Lady Olenna has confirmed attendance at the summit, which is what I told you I was arranging. The clone held Tarly's gaze. What you've been told about my purpose here is wrong. I don't know who told you, but they have their own reasons for wanting your army moving. Tarly was quiet. He was the kind of man who processed information by standing very still and letting it settle. I've been told, he said slowly, that a foreign sorcerer has been moving through the great houses destabilizing alliances. I've been moving through the great houses stabilizing them, the clone said. There's a difference. Someone with access to that information flipped the word. It paused. Who told you? Tarly's jaw tightened. A raven from King's Landing. From who specifically? A pause. It carried the seal of the Master of Coin. Little finger. The clones exchanged a look. Right, the center one said. Peter Baelish told you I was destabilizing alliances. He said you were a threat to the realm's stability. Did he? The clone looked at Heartsbane, still in Tarly's hand. Lord Tarly. You're one of the finest military minds in this kingdom. You don't march 4,000 men 6 days on a raven's word without verification. It met his eyes. What were you actually planning to do when you got there? Tarly looked at it. I was going to assess. Right. The clone nodded. So you were being careful. You weren't going to commit to anything without seeing the situation yourself. That's correct. Then I've just saved you 6 days of marching, the clone said. You can assess right here. Ask me anything you want. Randall Tarly stood in his command tent surrounded by 12 shadow clones and the carefully controlled energy of a military man who had just had his plan interrupted by something that was not what he'd been told it was, and he looked at the center clone and he asked the question he actually wanted answered. Is the threat from the north real? He said. Quiet, direct. The question beneath the question. Yes, the clone said. More real than anyone south of the neck is ready for. A long silence. Outside, his camp made its evening sounds. Men at fires. Horses. The creak of wagon wheels being secured. I'll disband the force, Tarly said. Send them back to Horn Hill. He sheathed Heartsbane. I'll come to the summit myself with my household guard only. Thank you, the clone said. Don't thank me, Tarly said. If you're wrong about any of this, I'll reassemble it. Fair, the clone said. Naruto had the conversation with Littlefinger that evening. He didn't summon him to a chamber or arrange a meeting. He simply went to Littlefinger's office in the Tower of the Hand. He'd learned the Red Keep's geography quickly enough that he was navigating it by instinct now, knocked twice, and walked in. Peter Baelish was at his desk. He looked up at Naruto's entrance with the smile that lived in the lower half of his face, and the upper half did its separate accounting. You sent a raven to Tarly, Naruto said. He sat down in the chair across the desk without being invited, the same way he'd sat across from Tyrion on the first day. You told him I was destabilizing alliances. Littlefinger looked at him with the expression of a man who has just been told something he knew would happen eventually and has prepared for it thoroughly. I sent several ravens today regarding the kingdom's security. It's part of I don't want the official version, Naruto said. He was looking at Littlefinger with the clear, patient attention he gave to things he was trying to fully understand. I want to know what you're actually trying to do. Littlefinger tilted his head. The smile shifted. Everyone is trying to do something. Yeah, Naruto said. You're trying to prevent the summit from working. He thought through it out loud. The summit working is bad for you specifically because it stabilizes existing power structures. And you don't want stability, you want the specific kind of instability that lets you move between the cracks. He looked at him. That's it, isn't it? You need chaos. The silence after this had a different quality from Littlefinger's other silences. Something moved behind his eyes, not alarm, but the specific recalibration of someone who has been accurately read and needs to decide how to respond to that. You're perceptive, Littlefinger said. You need people fighting each other, Naruto said. A kingdom at war is a kingdom full of people who need things, and people who need things need someone to get them. That's your value. That's your whole position. He looked at the desk between them, the ledgers and correspondence, the machinery of influence. Peace makes you irrelevant. Peace, Littlefinger said, with the smoothness of someone switching to a different argument, is never permanent. Stability is an illusion. Whatever you achieve in 2 weeks will unravel in 2 years, and then you'll be there, Naruto said. I know. That's the plan. He looked at Littlefinger directly. I'm not going to threaten you. I'm not going to lock you up. I'm not going to tell Cersei or Tywin what you're doing. He let that sit. Because you already know they already know, and you've already calculated that you can manage it. Littlefinger was very still. What I'm going to tell you, Naruto said, is that the reason your plan works is because everyone in this kingdom has given up on the idea that things can get genuinely better. Chaos works on desperate people. People who have something real to lose, something they actually believe in. Chaos doesn't work on them the same way. He stood. I'm going to give people something real. And when that happens, your chaos ladder stops working. He went to the door. You can still come to the summit, he said. As yourself. Not as a master of coin or a player of games. Just as Peter Baelish, who grew up in a minor lordship and wanted more than that and isn't wrong for wanting it, just wrong about the methods. He opened the door. Think about it. He left. Littlefinger sat at his desk for a long time after. The real problem arrived on the 5th day. Naruto was in the yard. He'd found the training yard, a broad stone space used by the king's guard and household knights, and had taken to doing his morning forms there because he needed to move and the chambers were too small. He did it in the early morning before anyone else was using it, moving through the kata he'd built over years, the ones that combined taijutsu with chakra flow in ways that were more like moving meditation than combat practice. The first knight who'd come to use the yard had stopped at the entrance and watched. The second day there were 3 of them. The third day there were 6, and someone had brought a stool for Ser Barristan Selmy, who was old enough to know what he was looking at and wanted a good angle. Ser Barristan had been reinstated to the king's guard after Naruto had, on his second day, asked Joffrey in the throne room, in the deliberate, pointed way of someone who knows the history, why the greatest living knight in Westeros had been dismissed like a servant. Joffrey had, in the grip of Naruto's presence which he had not yet figured out how to refuse directly, reinstated him with bad grace. Selmy had thanked Naruto once, briefly, in a way that contained 30 years of dignity. On the 5th morning, Selmy was on his stool and the yard had about 8 knights in it and Naruto was mid-form when the message came. A runner, young and out of breath, with a note from Varys. He read it. He stopped moving. The note said, 3 armies have crossed into the Riverlands simultaneously. Gregor Clegane has advanced from Harrenhal, Tywin's orders, not a recall. A Stark force under Robb Stark moves south from Riverrun. And a Bolton force moves from the northeast. All 3 will converge on the same point in approximately 2 days. Several villages are in the path. I thought you should know. Below that, in different ink, hastily added, one more thing. There are dead men walking in the village of Saltpans. The fishermen who reported it were not believed. I believe them. He folded the note. He looked at the yard. At the knights. At Selmy on his stool. I'll be back, he said. He jumped over the yard wall. He didn't go to the small council. He went to Tyrion's chambers, where Tyrion was already awake and already had his own copy of the information. Varys apparently operated on a one-message to recipients basis for things that required both action and political management. Tyrion looked at him. You saw the note. Yeah. Which part first? The armies, Naruto said. Saltpans I'll deal with after. The armies are the immediate problem because if those 3 forces meet in the Riverlands it's not just soldiers, there are villages between them. Tywin lied to you, Tyrion said. He said it flatly. No apology for his father, no diplomatic cushion. He gave me a half-truth, Naruto said. He said the force would hold at Harrenhal. It held for 3 days and then advanced. He wasn't angry. Anger wasn't useful here. He was thinking fast, mapping the distances, calculating what needed to happen. How far are the converging points? 2 days' ride from here. Hard ride. Tyrion looked at him. For a man on a horse. I'm faster than a horse. Tyrion looked at him. How much faster? Significantly. Right. Tyrion pushed back from his chair. The Stark force, that's Robb Stark. He's 19 and he's good. He won't want to fight, he'll want to reach his mother at Riverrun. The Bolton force is the wild card, Roose Bolton commands it and Roose is. He searched for the right word. Roose is pragmatic in ways that are deeply unsettling. What about the Clegane force? Tyrion's jaw tightened slightly. Gregor Clegane does what my father tells him. He's not a tactician. He's a weapon. He paused. He has raided villages along his route. That's not news. That's his method. How many villages between the convergence point? 4 occupied settlements. The largest is maybe 300 people. Naruto stood. I need you to do 2 things while I'm gone, he said. First, get a message to Robb Stark telling him I'm coming and the summit is still on and he should hold his force for 1 day. Second, send a message to Roose Bolton, not Ramsay, Roose, telling him the same. He looked at Tyrion. Can you do that? I can send the ravens, Tyrion said. Whether they hold they'll hold, Naruto said. Send the ravens. He went to the door. What about Clegane? Tyrion said. Naruto stopped. I'll talk to Gregor Clegane personally, he said. Tyrion looked at him for a moment. Naruto. The mountain is big? Naruto said. 8 feet tall and has killed people with his bare hands for fun. Right. Naruto nodded. I'll be fine. Get the ravens out. He left. He was through King's Landing's gate and running north on the King's Road inside 10 minutes, and running for Naruto had long since passed any comparison to running for ordinary people. The ground moved under him in long fluid strides that ate the distance without drama, chakra carrying him forward in a way that was less like running and more like the landscape scrolling beneath him while he stood still. Trees. Fields. Villages. The road unwinding, the sky gray and moving overhead, the wind in his face and the cold of the Riverlands autumn coming through his jacket. He felt the Riverlands in the way he'd begun to feel this whole country, the specific texture of land that had been in conflict, the lingering ache of burned things and displaced people in the way settlement sat quiet and wary, the smoke from chimneys that was also the smoke of fires nobody had set on purpose. He passed through a village that had been raided recently. The evidence was in the missing doors, the new wood on damaged frames, the way people moved with the compressed alertness of those who had learned to always be halfway ready to run. He stopped in that village long enough to talk to the headman, a gray-haired woman who looked at his orange jacket with the same expression as everyone else and gave him the same information the Varys note had implied. The Clegane force had come through 2 days ago. They'd taken food. They'd burned a barn. Nobody had been killed because they hadn't been in the mood that day. Is that normal? Naruto asked. Normal enough, she said, in the tone of someone who means yes but has decided that the word normal does not capture the full emotional weight of living under that condition. He ran on. He found the Clegane force before midday. They were camped in a meadow beside the road with the practiced efficiency of a military force that had done this often enough to make it mechanical. Tents in regular rows, horses picketed on the east side, cook fires going, sentries in a ring. 3,000 men. He walked through the sentry line. The sentries challenged him. He showed them empty hands and the orange jacket and kept walking, and the combination of the 2 things, one universal gesture of non-threat and one piece of clothing that absolutely nothing in their training covered, produced in them the specific hesitation that he was counting on. He was through the line before they resolved it. The mountain was not hard to find. The clue was in the space around him, not just his actual size, which was everything Tyrion had described, a man built at a different scale than the rest of humanity, 8 feet of bone and muscle and the specific physical presence of something that had spent its life learning that it could hurt things without consequence. The space was in how everyone else in the camp oriented away from him, small unconscious adjustments in posture and direction, the whole camp slightly tilted away from its center like water tilting away from a weight. Ser Gregor Clegane was eating. This was somehow the detail that landed hardest. He was sitting on something that was technically a chair but looked like a footstool, eating from a bowl with the focused attention of a man consuming fuel, and he looked up when Naruto walked into his space the way a very large animal looks up when something enters its territory. He was remarkable. Not in the way of someone you wanted to describe admiringly. In the way of something nature had built past its reasonable specifications, past the point where size is impressive and into the territory where it becomes a kind of argument. His armor was custom-made and still looked crowded. His hands around the bowl were the size of the bowl. "Gregor Clegane," Naruto said. The man looked at him. "You need to stop this force," Naruto said. "Right here. Right now. You're not advancing any further toward the convergence point." Clegane set down his bowl. He stood up. Standing, he was fully what he was, the size of him, the weight of him, the specific gravity of something that had been asked to do terrible things and had found, over time, that the asking agreed with it. He looked down at Naruto with eyes that were small and flat and ran a simple calculation that most of the time produced the same answer. "Tywin Lannister gave me orders," he said. His voice was deep in the way of sounds that come from a chest big enough to be a room. "I know," Naruto said. "I'm giving you different ones." The mountain hit him. It wasn't a wind-up. It wasn't theatrical. It was simply a fist the size of a melon traveling at the speed of a man who had been hitting things seriously for 20 years and knew exactly how to do it. It hit Naruto in the chest with a sound like a siege engine striking stone. Naruto moved back one step. One step. On wet grass. He looked down at his chest. Looked up at the mountain. "Okay," he said. Clegane hit him again. Both hands this time. A clubbing double blow that would have driven a horse to its knees. Naruto moved back 2 steps. He looked at his chest again, at the jacket which had stood up to it with the same indignity of the arrows on the ship, the fabric distorted but unbroken. He looked at the mountain, who was looking at his own hands with the expression of someone whose simple calculation had produced an unfamiliar answer. Around the more actions write the next chapter now. Chapter 5, The Summit at the Crossroads. The inn at the crossroads had seen better days, worse days, and everything in between, but it had never seen anything quite like this. It sat at the junction of the King's Road and the River Road, a sprawling 2-story building that had been expanded 3 times by 3 different owners and showed it, the additions jutting from the main structure at slightly wrong angles, the roofline uneven, the yard broad enough to stable 40 horses but arranged with the particular chaos of something that had grown by necessity rather than plan. It had been an inn, a refuge, a prison, a hospital, and an unofficial border crossing. It had hosted merchants and lords and outlaws and once, memorably, a traveling troupe of players who had stayed 4 months and left without paying. It had never hosted all 7 great houses simultaneously with nobody carrying weapons above a belt knife. The innkeeper's name was Masha Hedel, and she had been running this place for 20 years, and when the first group arrived, Tyrion Lannister with a small retinue and a cart of wine that he'd insisted on bringing personally, she had taken one look at the situation being described to her and said flatly that she needed more bread. Naruto had arranged for more bread. He'd arranged for a great many things in the 9 days between the Riverlands crisis and this morning, because putting powerful people in a room together without adequate preparation was how you got a fistfight, and he wanted a conversation. The preparation had been Tyrion's doing more than his. Naruto had provided the invitation, the mandate, and the presents. Tyrion had provided the architecture, the seating plan, the carefully managed arrival order, the specific diplomatic language in each confirmation letter, and 12 gallons of wine, which he maintained was a logistical necessity. Naruto didn't disagree. He stood in the inn's yard now, in the cold morning, watching them come. Stannis arrived first, which was exactly what Naruto had expected. He came with Davos and 4 household knights and Melisandre, who sat her horse with the composed intensity of someone for whom every moment was a reading of the fire's will. Stannis himself dismounted in the yard with the mechanical precision of a man performing a duty, looked at the inn with the expression he gave most things, measuring, reserved, privately dissatisfied, and then looked at Naruto. "Uzumaki," he said. "Lord Stannis." Naruto had decided not to call him king here. Not because he was dismissing the claim but because using the title in a room with 2 other claimants would make every conversation twice as long. He'd discussed this with Tyrion, who had pointed out that Stannis would hate it, and Naruto had said I know, but he'll understand the reason and respect it, and Tyrion had looked at him with the expression of someone who was constantly updating their model of how Naruto understood people. Stannis looked at him for a long moment. Then, you stopped 3 armies. Yeah. Including my brother's Lannister-directed force. Clegane's force, yes. You fought the mountain, Davos said. He had dismounted behind Stannis, and his face, when he looked at Naruto, had the expression of a man who had heard this story 3 times from 3 different sources and was still not sure he believed it. He hit me first, Naruto said. What happened to him? Davos asked. He's fine. He's back at Harrenhal. Reconsidering some things. Davos looked at him. What does that mean, reconsidering things? It means I sat with him for 2 hours after the fight, Naruto said. He's not complicated, Gregor Clegane. He does what he's told because he's never been told anything except to be what he is. I told him something different. He paused. He's still processing it. But he stopped. Davos made the sound of a man filing this away. Stannis said, you said at Dragonstone that the North is the real crisis. It is. Then why are we here, talking about thrones? Because an army divided by a civil war can't face the North, Naruto said. We're here so the civil war stops. Then we go north. He looked at Stannis. In that order. Stannis looked at the inn. His jaw moved. I won't surrender my claim. I know. If you think I'm going to sit in a room, Anne, I think you're going to sit in a room and say exactly what you believe, because you're constitutionally incapable of doing anything else, Naruto said. That's why I wanted you here. Everyone else is going to be strategic. You're going to be honest. He paused. That's valuable. Stannis looked at him. Something in his face, not quite softened, but adjusted. You're a strange man. People keep saying that. Davos was looking at Naruto with the expression that had been building since the Narrow Sea, something warm and certain that lived behind his eyes like a lamp. It's good to see you, he said quietly. You too, Naruto said, and meant it completely. The Tyrell contingent arrived with the energy of a small festival. There were more of them than Naruto had specified. He'd said household guard only, and the Tyrells had interpreted this as household guard plus an impressive number of servants, a pavilion tent that was technically outside the inn yard, and enough flowers arranged on their horses' bridles to supply a market. Olenna arrived in a covered litter that was carried by 4 men and looked, from outside, like a piece of furniture that had developed opinions. She emerged from it with the controlled dignity of a woman who had decided that age would not take her ability to make an entrance. She looked around the yard. She looked at Stannis, who was standing to one side with the expression of a man waiting for an appointment. She looked at Naruto. You're shorter than I expected, she said. You're exactly as I expected, Naruto said. She made the sharp genuine sound of her laugh. Good answer. She took his arm without asking, simply placed her hand in the crook of his elbow and began walking toward the inn. Walk me in. I want to see the seating arrangement before anyone else gets territorial about it. He walked her in. Marjorie Tyrell was behind her grandmother, and she moved through the yard with the specific grace of someone who had grown up being watched and had made a project of it, not performing, exactly, but always aware, always presenting the version of herself that the moment called for. She was beautiful in the way of people who had decided that being beautiful was work they were willing to do. She looked at Naruto with a directness that was different from the performance. You got Theon Greyjoy out of the Dreadfort, she said. Yeah. How is he? The question surprised him. Not many people had asked it. He's at Riverrun, Naruto said. With Lady Caitlin. It's slow. He paused. He's alive. Marjorie looked at him with eyes that were doing real, unperformed thinking. What you did in the Riverlands, stopping 3 forces without killing anyone, it was fine. It wasn't fine, it was remarkable, she said. Don't do that. Don't reduce it. She tilted her head. Grandmother says you're the first person she's met who was strong enough to be humble without it being calculated. I'm not sure that's a compliment, Naruto said. From her it's the highest one available. Marjorie followed her grandmother inside. Robb Stark arrived with his mother and Grey Wind. The dire wolf was the first thing through the gate, padding ahead of the horses with the calm authority of something that understood its own position in any room. It was enormous, not mountain enormous, but the specific large of a creature at the top of its own natural order, amber-eyed, moving with the liquid ease of something that had never been uncertain about what it was. It walked up to Naruto and sniffed his hand. Naruto let it. The direwolf's nostrils worked. Its amber eyes looked up at him. And then, and this was the thing that made the Stark men behind it exchange looks, it sat down, placed its enormous head against Naruto's hip, and was still. Naruto scratched behind its ears. Robb Stark dismounted with the look of a man who had spent a year commanding an army and had learned to keep his reactions controlled, but the direwolf's behavior had clearly surprised him past his controls. He was 19, red-haired, with the specific gravity of someone who had been given responsibility for other people's lives and had not found it as straightforward as the stories made it. He looked at his wolf. He looked at Naruto. He doesn't do that, he said. I have good chakra apparently, Naruto said. Chakra. Like energy. From inside. Animals tend to sense it. He gave Grey Wind one final scratch and straightened. You're Robb Stark. And you're the one who stopped the Clegane force. Robb's voice was measured, trying to read the situation without showing the reading. And sent clones to every house simultaneously. He paused. And apparently fought the mountain and walked away. He hit me first. You keep saying that, Catelyn Stark said. She had dismounted behind her son, and she moved forward with the quiet authority of a woman who had survived more things than she'd expected to need to survive. She was tully dark and composed, with the specific composure of someone for whom composure was a choice made fresh every morning. She looked at Naruto with eyes that were searching for something specific. You sent word from the Aerie, she said. About Lisa. She's coming today, Naruto said. She left the Aerie 4 days ago. Something happened in Catelyn's face. Something controlled and private and real, the specific emotion of a woman who had been holding something in a closed hand for months and has just been told it's still alive. Thank you, she said. There's also, he paused. Theon Greyjoy is at Riverrun. He asked about you. He couldn't, he found the right words. He couldn't send word himself. He wanted to. Catelyn closed her eyes for a moment. Opened them. Nodded. Thank you, she said again, and this one had a different weight. The Ironborn arrived without announcement. The gate was open and 2 people simply came through it, horses unhurried, as if they were arriving at a harbor they owned. Yara Greyjoy in the lead, dressed in leather and iron with her hair pulled back and the flat evaluating eyes of a sailor who was always reading weather, and behind her, to Naruto's specific surprise, Balon Greyjoy, who sat his horse with the rigid back of a man who had decided that attending this thing was the least bad option available and was carrying that decision the way he carried everything, with a kind of locked stubbornness. Yara met Naruto's eyes in the yard. Something passed between them, not warmth exactly but a specific acknowledgement, the recognition between 2 people who have looked at each other across a distance and found the other one real. Father came, she said. I see that. He looked at Balon. Lord Greyjoy. Thank you. Balon looked at the inn. This is where you're holding it. Yes. An inn. More neutral than a castle, Naruto said. Less posturing about walls. Balon looked at him with the flat assessment he gave everything. My son, he said. You said he was alive. He is. He's at Riverrun. Naruto held his gaze. I'll tell you more inside. Something in Balon moved. Something locked. Something that was the father beneath the Lord, brief as a fish breaking the surface, gone again. He dismounted and walked past Naruto into the inn without another word. Yara lingered for one moment. "That's the most he's moved his face in a year," she said quietly. "About Theon?" She looked at Naruto. "Whatever you say in there, he'll fight everything. He can't not fight things. It's how he's built." "I know," Naruto said. "Don't let him blow it up." "I'm not here to manage him," Naruto said. "I'm here to give him a real thing to choose. What he does with it is up to him." Yara looked at him for a moment. Then she nodded, once, and followed her father inside. Lisa Aaron arrived at midday. She came with Robin and 3 household knights and a lady's maid, and she looked like someone who had spent 4 days making a journey they'd been afraid to make. But she was here, and when she came through the gate and saw Caitlin standing in the yard, they'd been told, both of them, they'd been told the other would be there. Something happened between the two of them that nobody in the yard pretended not to see and everyone looked away from anyway, because some things are not public even when they happen in public. Naruto stood at the inn's entrance and watched the 2 sisters hold each other in the yard and felt the specific thing he always felt at moments like this, not happiness exactly, which was too small, but the deep satisfaction of something that needed to be that now was. Robin Aaron tugged his sleeve. He looked down. The boy was 8 years old, pale, with the enormous eyes of a child who had grown up hearing everything through walls, who had been so protected from the world that the world had become a thing he feared in proportion to his ignorance of it. He was looking at Grey Wind, who was sitting near the gate. "Is that wolf safe?" Robin asked. "Yeah," Naruto said. "You want to meet him?" Robin looked at the wolf. Looked at Naruto. "Will it bite?" "Only if you try to bite it first." Robin processed this with the seriousness of a child who does not recognize jokes. "I wouldn't bite it." "Then you're fine." Naruto walked him over to Grey Wind, who received Robin's cautious hand with the patient dignity of a creature that understood small frightened things. Robin's face, when the wolf's wet nose pressed into his palm, did something extraordinary. It opened. The fear went out and something simple and genuine came in, and for a moment he was just a child meeting a wolf, and the whole weight of the Aerie and his mother's fear and his father's absence lifted off him completely. Naruto watched this and thought, this is why. This exact thing. The Lannister contingent came last because Tywin had decided that last was the most powerful position in an arrival order, and Naruto had told Tyrion this would happen and Tyrion had said he knew and they'd both not mentioned it to Tywin, which was its own kind of competence. Tywin arrived with Cersei and Tyrion and a household guard of 20, and surveyed the assembled yard with the compressed assessment of a man checking a board mid-game. He looked at Stannis. At Robb Stark. At Balon Greyjoy in the doorway of the inn. He looked at Naruto last. "The Aaron woman is here," he said. Not a question. "Yes," Naruto said. "Daenerys Targaryen is not." "She's not coming," Naruto said. "Not yet. I've sent word." "She's considering it." "Considering it," Tywin said. He made this sound like the failure it strategically was. "She has dragons and an army and a legitimate claim," Naruto said. "She gets to consider it." He looked at Tywin. "You're here. That matters more than you think." Tywin looked at him with the expression he kept giving Naruto, the one that was constantly arriving at the same conclusion and finding it the same amount of unacceptable. "I'm here because not being here was worse." "I know. Don't interpret it as more than that." "I won't interpret it as anything," Naruto said. "I'll just use it." He gestured toward the inn door. "After you, my lord." Tywin walked past him, and Cersei followed, and she glanced at Naruto as she passed with the expression she'd had in the Solar, the one that was strategy at the surface and something more honest underneath. He gave her a small nod. She looked away. Tyrion came last, hands in his pockets, with the expression of a man on his way to his own trial. He stopped beside Naruto. "Everyone's in there," he said. "Almost everyone," Naruto said. "My father is going to try to control the room within the first 5 minutes. I know. Stannis is going to say something legally accurate and socially catastrophic within the first 10. Probably. The Greyjoys and the Starks haven't been in the same building since the siege of Winterfell. Right. Lisa Arryn has reasons to distrust the Lannisters that go back to Jon Arryn's death, which, Tyrion stopped. Something in his face shifted. I need to tell you something about Jon Arryn's death. Naruto looked at him. It wasn't the Lannisters, Tyrion said quietly. Jon Arryn was poisoned, yes. But the person who arranged it was, he glanced at the inn. Peter Baelish. Who convinced my aunt that it was us, which started the whole cascade that we're all still standing in. He exhaled. I've known this for some time. I've been trying to decide what to do with it. Does Littlefinger know you know? Naruto asked. No. A pause. He should probably know that I'm going to say it in that room. Do you want him to know first? Tyrion thought about it. No, he said. I want to say it where everyone hears it simultaneously. Including my family. He looked at Naruto. You said the summit works because you're honest. I'm going to be honest. Naruto looked at him for a moment. This man who had spent his entire life building walls between what he felt and what he said, between what he knew and what he could afford to know, standing here at an inn yard, ready to walk in and say a true thing in front of everyone. Yeah, Naruto said. Let's go. The main room of the inn at the crossroads had been rearranged by Tyrion's staff into something that was not quite a throne room and not quite a dining hall, long tables arranged in a rough rectangle, no head position, everyone at the same level. Naruto had been specific about this. No seat that read as more important than the others. Masha Hedel had contributed bread and wine and a spectacular suspicion about the whole enterprise. They were all there. Stannis at one long side, rigid and grey, with Davos beside him and Melisandre at the end, her red presence a kind of warmth that had nothing comfortable in it. Robb Stark across from him with Catelyn, grey wind under the table and already occupying 3 feet of floor space in every direction. The Tyrells, Olenna commanding her end with the ease of a woman who had been the most interesting person in every room she'd entered for 60 years, Marjorie beside her watching everything. The Greyjoys in their iron-bound leather, Balon and Yara each in their own contained silence. Lisa Arryn with Robin, who had a piece of bread in each hand and was eating them with the focused pleasure of a child experiencing an inn for the first time. And at the fourth side, the Lannisters, Tywin at the middle, impeccable, immovable, with Cersei to his left and Tyrion to his right. Tyrion had brought his wine glass, which Naruto thought said everything about Tyrion's relationship to self-care in stressful situations. Peter Baelish sat between the Lannisters and the Arryn contingent, in the position that let him watch everything from the angle that gave the most information, which Naruto had noticed and expected and said nothing about. Naruto stood. Thank you for coming, he said. Simple, direct. He looked around the table. I know that some of you think this is a waste of time. I know some of you came because not coming was more dangerous. I know some of you are already planning what you're going to say before I'm done talking. He paused. All of that is fine. All of that is human. He had the room. Even Tywin was looking at him. I'm going to say one true thing before we start, Naruto said. And I need you all to actually hear it, not as a diplomatic position or a strategic opening, but as a fact that I've arrived at from outside your world and outside your history. He let a moment of silence sit. You are running out of time. Not years. Months. There is something past the wall that makes every argument in this room irrelevant, and it is coming whether you're ready for it or not. I felt it when I put my hand on your maps. I've felt it 3 times since. Whatever is beyond the wall is not a winter story or a rumor. It is real and it is moving south and it will not negotiate and it will not be outmaneuvered and it cannot be bought. The room was very quiet. That is the context, Naruto said. He sat down. Now talk. For the first 30 seconds, nobody did. Then Stannis said, into the silence, with the flat declarative certainty that was his primary mode, "The Iron Throne is mine by right." Robert had no legitimate heirs. Joffrey is a bastard born of incest. I will not entertain any discussion that proceeds from a different premise. Cersei's face went white and then controlled. Robb Stark said, evenly, "My father was murdered in King's Landing by the order of that bastard you're describing. My sisters were held hostage. My brother is dead." He looked at Cersei. "Any discussion of legitimacy begins with justice for the Starks." "Justice," Cersei said. Her voice was controlled as ice. "Your father was executed for treason." "My father was," he confessed, Cersei said. "Before witnesses." He was coerced," Catelyn said. Quietly. The quiet of someone who has been holding a stone for a year and has decided to set it down. "Ned Stark did not commit treason and you know it." Cersei looked at her. "Yes," Cersei said. And in the silence after that one word, something shifted, not an admission exactly, but a door that had been locked from the inside opening slightly under its own weight. Tyrion, across the table, looked at his sister with an expression that Naruto couldn't fully read, something complex and old and alive. Olenna Tyrell said, into the resulting silence, with the pleasant precision of someone dropping a stone into a still pond, "The question of who sits on the Iron Throne is significantly less interesting to me than the question of who will be alive to sit on it." The North is a story," Balon Greyjoy said. "The North is a fact," Naruto said. "I've raided beyond the wall," Balon said. He said it with the flat authority of personal experience. 20 years ago. There was cold and there were wildings and there was nothing else. 20 years ago, Naruto said. What about now? Balon looked at him. There are 8 men who've come over or through the wall in the last year, Naruto said. Wildlings, mostly, who were running south from something. I've spoken to 3 of them who reached settlements. He looked around the table. They described the same thing. An army of dead men. Men, women, children, giants, dead things, walking, commanded by something cold that they can't look at directly. He paused. I felt it through the maps. I went to Saltpans after the Riverlands crisis. What was in that village, he stopped for a moment, the memory specific and cold, was not rumor. The silence was different from the earlier silences. Heavier. Davos said, quietly, Stannis has known for some time. He's been trying to tell people. Nobody listened, Stannis said. His voice had the specific bitterness of a man whose correctness had been ignored so often he'd stopped finding it surprising. I'm listening, Robb said. He looked at Stannis directly. Not as a rival. As something else. Tell me. Stannis looked at him. In Stannis's face was the war between his claim and this moment, the grinding reluctance of someone who couldn't put down his position even when the position was the wrong tool. He looked at Robb for a long moment. The watch at Castle Black has been reduced to a few hundred men, Stannis said finally. They send ravens that nobody answers. They've faced attacks that the rest of the kingdoms dismiss as wildling raids. They're dying up there and we're down here arguing about a chair. His voice was still flat but the flatness had cracked, slightly, in the way things crack when real feeling has been pressing against them for a long time. I've been trying to go north for a year. I don't have enough men. Robb looked at him for a moment. If the north is as bad as you're describing, the north is worse than I'm describing, Stannis said. A pause. Robb looked at his mother. Catelyn gave him nothing back, she was his Lord Commander in this moment, not his mother, and she trusted him. Then the Stark armies go north with you, Robb said. The room shifted. Tywin's eyes moved to Robb. Assessing. The Stark armies march north. Yes, Robb said. That leaves the Riverlands without. The Riverlands don't matter if the dead reach them, Robb said. Nothing south of the wall matters. He looked at Naruto. Is that what you're saying? Yes, Naruto said. Then we're saying the same thing, Rob said. He looked at Stannis. I'll march under a joint banner. Not yours and not mine. Both. Or neither, I don't care. I care about the wall. Stannis stared at him. The grinding in his jaw was audible from where Naruto sat. He was a man trying to move something very heavy that was inside him rather than outside, and watching him try was like watching someone attempt a lift they weren't sure they could make. Joint banner, Stannis said finally. Like it cost him something physical. For the wall. Rob nodded. Olenna Tyrell looked at Naruto. The Reach will send grain and men to the wall under the same arrangement. She said it briskly, as if the decision were simple, which for Olenna it was. She'd made it before she arrived. Highgarden's grain can provision the Night's Watch for a year, Marjorie added. The Eyrie can send knights, Lisa said, surprising everyone including herself. She was looking at Robin, who was on his second piece of bread and was looking at Grey Wind with the focused fascination of a child constructing a relationship. Jon would have wanted, she stopped. Started again. Jon would have sent them. The room had changed. Not completely, there were still currents running, still the specific heat of people who had been enemies long enough to find it structural. But something had shifted in the room's center of gravity. Then Tyrion said, before we agree to anything, there is something that needs to be said. His voice had the quality of a man opening a window he'd kept shut for a very long time. He stood up. Naruto watched him, Tyrion Lannister, the most intelligent person in the room by any measure, the man who managed things and survived things and drank through the gap between what he knew and what he could say, standing up in an inn at a crossroads with his wine glass and deciding to be honest. Jon Arryn was poisoned, Tyrion said. His death is what started this. Catelyn Stark was told it was the Lannisters. Ned Stark came to King's Landing on that belief. Everything that followed came from that belief. He paused. He was looking at Lisa. It wasn't us. Lisa's face went still. Peter Baelish didn't move. His face didn't move. The smile didn't change. He was, in this moment, giving the most impressive performance of stillness Naruto had ever seen, absolute surface control, not a muscle shifted, not a breath changed. But his hands, under the table, had tightened. Naruto saw them. Jon Arryn was poisoned with tears of bliss administered by his wife on the instruction of a man who told her it was for her protection, Tyrion said. He didn't look at Littlefinger. He looked at his father. I've known this for a year. I didn't say it because saying it was complicated. That was wrong of me and I'm saying it now. He sat down. He picked up his wine glass and drank from it. I'm sorry, Lady Arryn. Lisa Arryn was looking at her sister. Catelyn's face was pale and still. They were having a conversation with their eyes that was too private to be read from outside. Robin looked up from Grey Wind. Did my father get sick on purpose, he said, with the specific logical directness of a child for whom social context is still being installed. Nobody in the room knew how to answer that. Naruto said, yes. Someone made it happen. It wasn't the Lannisters. Robin considered this. Who was it? The room's attention moved to Peter Baelish. Littlefinger was looking at the table. Not at Tyrion. Not at Lisa. At the table, with the expression of a man making a calculation so fast and so deep that his face had temporarily gone offline. Naruto watched him run the numbers, who knew what could be proven, what his position was if he admitted it against what it was if he didn't, how the room was arranged, what exits were available in every sense. Peter, Naruto said. Littlefinger looked up. Naruto met his eyes. He didn't say, I know it was you. He didn't say, everyone knows. He just looked at him with the specific quality of attention that had been making people honest since Flea Bottom, the clear, patient look of someone who has room for the truth and is making that room visible. A long silence. Littlefinger looked around the table. He looked at the assembled houses, the weight of them. He looked at Lisa, whose expression had the terrible stillness of a woman beginning to understand something she had managed not to understand for years. "I arranged John Aaron's removal," Littlefinger said. His voice was level. Almost admirably level. "I told Lisa what to use and when. I told her it was to protect them from him, from something he'd discovered, that he was going to," he stopped. "Rearranged. The story I told her was not entirely true." "Was any of it true?" Lisa said. A pause. "No." The sound Lisa made was very small and very complete. Caitlin put her hand on her sister's arm. Balon Greyjoy said, into the silence, "What happens to him now?" Everyone looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at Littlefinger. "That's not my decision," Naruto said. "He's admitted what he did. What happens next is the decision of the people in this room whose lives he changed." He held Littlefinger's gaze for one moment. "But he's done what I asked. He said the true thing." "I said it because I had no other move," Littlefinger said. "I know," Naruto said. "But you still said it. That's the start." He looked at Lisa. At Caitlin. At Robb, whose face had gone through the full journey of understanding that the chain of events that had killed his father and destroyed his family had begun with this man at this table. "Whatever you decide. I'll stand by it." Robb looked at Littlefinger for a long time. "He stands trial. Formally. By the laws of Westeros." His voice was controlled. "Not here. Not like this. Formally." Littlefinger looked at Robb. The calculation was still running. But something else was running too, underneath it, something that Naruto had suspected and was now watching confirm itself. Peter Baelish was tired. He was very good and very fast and very tired, and the tiredness was showing in the small lines of his face that strategy didn't quite cover. "Fine," Littlefinger said. "Give your word," Naruto said. A pause. "I give my word." Naruto looked at Varys, who had been sitting at the Lannister end of the table in the specific silence of a man who had known most of this already and had been waiting to see how the room handled it. Varys nodded once. They talked for 6 hours. Not in the organized proceeding that Tyrion had mapped out. That framework had lasted about 40 minutes before the actual conversation asserted itself, the way real conversations always do, veering into the specific and the personal and the things that needed saying that no schedule had accounted for. Cersei and Caitlin talked. Not warmly, that would have been too much, too fast, but directly, with the particular honesty of two women who had been on opposite sides of a grief and found, in the talking, that grief was more symmetric than politics. Cersei said things that Naruto was fairly sure she had not said to anyone, including things about Joffrey that were so compressed and painful that Caitlin, who had reason to want Cersei's suffering, found herself instead sitting with it quietly. Robb and Stannis had a long, slow, grinding conversation that was sometimes almost an argument and always almost a negotiation, two men trying to find a shared language for doing the same thing differently. By the end of it they had not become allies in any warm sense but had arrived at the specific arrangement of two people who had decided to do a necessary thing together and were prepared to manage the disagreement around it. Olenna held court at her end with the delight of a woman who had been waiting for this room her entire life. She talked to Balon Greyjoy, a pairing nobody had expected, for nearly an hour, and what they discussed Naruto didn't fully know, but Balon's face at the end of it was different from his face at the start. Something locked had moved slightly, and Yara was watching her father with an expression of pure baffled surprise. Marjorie sat with Robb and Aaron, who had eaten through the bread supply and moved on to a pie that Masha Heddle had produced under what appeared to be duress, and talked to him about the Aerie with the genuine attention of someone for whom children were not an inconvenience but people, and Robb and Aaron looked at her the way small frightened people look at someone who sees them as real. Davos and Tyrion ended up together somehow, the way certain people end up together in rooms, both outsiders by birth who had gotten in through side doors, both comfortable with truth in a world that wasn't. They talked with the ease of people who had just realized they were the same kind of person. Naruto moved around the room. He didn't manage it. He didn't facilitate in the deliberate way of someone running a process. He just moved, sat, listened, occasionally said a thing, occasionally asked a question, occasionally looked at someone who was about to say the wrong thing with the clear patient look that seemed to redirect them toward the right one without any force behind it. He was, in the room, the way he was always the way, genuinely interested in each specific person, unreservedly present, carrying no agenda beyond the conversation in front of him. Tywin, who had been watching this for 4 hours with the sustained attention of a man reading a text he couldn't quite categorize, called him over in the late afternoon. Naruto sat across from him. Around them the room was still going, the sound of a dozen conversations, the scrape of chairs, Masha Heddle's voice from the kitchen, the wind picking up outside. Tywin said, "You're not going to ask anything of us." "I asked you to come," Naruto said. "You came. You asked us to stop the war. I asked you to stop it long enough to look at the north." He looked at Tywin. "You heard Robb Stark and Stannis agree to march together. You saw Olenna pledge grain. The Aerie is sending knights." He paused. "What do you want to do?" "What do I want?" Tywin said. It came out with the quality of a phrase that was unusual in his mouth. "Yeah," Naruto said. Tywin looked at the table. Not the map table, just this in table, worn wood, wine rings from a century of travelers. He looked at it for a long time. "I want Casterly Rock to endure," he said. It was the most private thing he'd said in 30 years, and he said it in the flat tone of a truth that had been sealed so long it came out without inflection. "Everything else is in service of that." "Then the North has to be answered," Naruto said. "Because if it isn't, nothing endures." Tywin looked at him. "The Lannister armies," Naruto said. "Not the full strength. 2,000. Under Jaime, if he's willing," he paused, "or under whoever you trust to act in the Lannister interest while acting in the realm's interest. Because those two things need to be the same right now. You're asking me to commit Lannister forces to a northern campaign. I'm asking you to protect Casterly Rock by protecting everything south of it," Naruto said. "Which requires protecting the wall. Which requires 2,000 men." He held his gaze. "You know I'm right." Tywin was quiet. "Jaime is in King's Landing," Tywin said. "I know. He's," a pause. A compression. "He's not what he was. He's the Kingslayer who stopped a king from burning his own city," Naruto said. "He's exactly what he was. He just doesn't know it yet." Tywin looked at him for a long moment. The calculation ran, deep and fast. And then, with the economy of a man who had made millions of calculations and knew when one was finished, 2,000 men, Tywin said. "Under Jaime." Naruto nodded. "Don't thank me," Tywin said. "I know," Naruto said. The summit ended as the light failed. Not ceremonially, it just ended, the way real things end, gradually and then completely, people standing and stretching and the specific release of 6 hours of concentrated human feeling resolving into the smaller, more manageable feelings that people carry home with them. No formal agreement. No signed document, though Tyrion had drafted something that most of them had looked at and several had signed, and Stannis had signed with the specific expression of a man signing something true that he would have preferred to be more comprehensive. In the yard, horses were being saddled and the Tyrell servants were doing the practice dismantling of the pavilion with the speed of people who'd done it many times. Masha Heddle stood in the doorway looking at the departing assembly with the expression of someone whose establishment had survived something. Naruto sat on the mounting block in the yard. Marjorie Tyrell came and stood beside him, looking at the evening. "You didn't push anyone," she said. "I try not to." "You could have. You're strong enough to just," she stopped. "Why don't you?" "Because pushed things spring back," Naruto said. "Moved things stay moved." He looked at the yard. "Nobody in there changed because I made them. They changed because I gave them room to." Marjorie was quiet for a moment. "Daenerys won't come to a summit," she said. "Not yet. She has her armies and her dragons and she believes in what she's doing too much to sit in a room. I know, Naruto said. What will you do? I'm going to write her a letter, Naruto said. A real one. Not political. Just honest. He paused. And then I'm going north. Before she arrives. Before she arrives. He looked up at the sky, where the first stars were coming out, still the wrong stars, still this other world's stars, and the specific cold of the north was in the air like a hand pressing from a long way away. The north can't wait for Daenerys to decide. Davos appeared beside them. He was wearing the expression of a man who has had a long day and found it, against his expectations, good. Stannis wants to know your route north, he said. I'll find Jon Snow at Castle Black, Naruto said. And then I'll go to the wall and see what's on the other side. Davos looked at him carefully. What do you expect to find? Naruto thought about salt pans. About the cold he'd felt through the maps. About the weight of it, not just physical cold but something older, something that ran in the same frequencies as the things he'd faced at home, the things that had tried to consume the living world because consuming was all they knew. Something that needs ending, he said. He stood from the mounting block. Olenna Tyrell was being assisted into her litter by her servants, and she caught his eye across the yard, and she gave him, not a bow, not a wave, but a single nod that contained everything she thought he'd earned and nothing she thought he hadn't. He nodded back. Tyrion appeared at his shoulder. I'm coming north, he said. Naruto looked at him. It's going to be cold. I know, I'm a Lannister, we're always underprepared for cold, it's a character flaw. Tyrion looked at him with the expression he'd had since the morning of the first day, the one that was constantly updating and had long since stopped being able to return to its original setting. You told me at the start that you'd tell me first when you decided what you were going to do. Right. You're going north, Tyrion said. So I'm telling you first, I'm coming. Naruto looked at him for a moment. Then he smiled, not the performative one, not the diplomatic one, the one that had no design behind it. Okay, he said. The last of the daylight went out. The yard was clearing, horses and people moving out onto the road in both directions, the sound of hooves on stone and the jingle of harness and the specific gathering noise of people in motion. The inn at the crossroads settled back into itself behind them like a thing returning to its natural state. And somewhere to the north, past the wall, past the frozen ground, past the distance that nothing should be able to feel from here, Naruto felt it again. The cold press. The old wrongness. Closer than yesterday. He turned his face north and held still for a moment, like a compass finding its needle. Then he started walking. Chapter 6, The Wall, the Cold, and the last thing the King's Road north of the neck felt like the edge of the world. Not poetically. Literally. There was a moment, crossing the causeway through the boglands with the grey water on both sides and the reeds brown and collapsed in the cold, where the landscape simply stopped being the same landscape. The south had winter coming into it, the fields hardening, the trees stripped, the sky low and colorless, but it still felt inhabited. Purposeful. Like land that knew it had people on it. North of the neck the land forgot. It was vast and old and indifferent in a way that had nothing to do with cruelty and everything to do with scale. The forests pressed close to the road, ancient trees with the specific dignity of things that had been here before anything with a name and expected to be here after. The cold was different, too. Not harsh yet, not winter's full weight, but present in the way that cold is present when it means it, when it's not a season but a condition. Naruto ran through it. Tyrion had a horse, 2 horses actually, a riding horse and a pack animal, and Naruto ran beside him, which had produced in Tyrion on the first morning an expression of such complete resignation to the strangeness of his life that it had become, in the following days, something close to comfort. You could ride, Tyrion said, for the 3rd time. I'm faster like this, Naruto said. You're also drawing attention. There's nobody out here to pay attention. This was largely true. The King's Road north was quiet in the way of roads that have been emptied by war and weather and the specific human wisdom that says, whatever is up there, put distance between yourself and it. They'd passed through villages that were more than half abandoned, the remaining inhabitants looking out from behind latched shutters with the eyes of people who had decided that staying put was marginally safer than moving, which was the calculation of people who had run out of good options. At one such village, 3 days north of the Neck, a cluster of houses around a well that was freezing over, they'd stopped. Not because they planned to. Because there was a child sitting outside in the cold with no coat. Naruto had stopped running before he'd consciously registered the decision, and the child, a girl, maybe 7, with dark northern coloring and eyes that were too old for her face, had looked up at him. "Where are your parents?" Naruto said. "Gone," she said. The word had a specific flatness that meant it had been said enough times to lose its shape. Naruto looked at the village. Looked at the nearest house with its latched door and the light showing at its window's edge. "Who's in there?" he said. "Old Bess," the girl said. "She won't come out. She says it's wrong to go out after dark." "It's the middle of the day," Tyrion said. "She says it's wrong to go out," the girl repeated. Naruto knocked on the door. 3 times, firm and clear. After a moment it opened 3 inches, held by an interior bar, and a face peered through the gap with the specific wariness of someone who had been wrong about safety once. "There's a child outside," Naruto said. "I know," said Old Bess. "She doesn't have a coat." "I know," said Old Bess. "Can she come in?" A long pause. The face in the gap looked at Naruto. At Tyrion. At the girl. "Can you keep away what comes at night?" Bess said. Naruto looked at her. "Yes," he said. The door opened. He'd said it without hesitation and without performance, and Tyrion, who was becoming an expert in the variations of Naruto's voice, heard in it the specific quality of a statement that was not confidence but certainty, the difference between a man saying "I think I can" and a man saying "I know what I am." They stayed one night. Naruto sat up outside while Tyrion slept, and what came at the edge of the village at 3 in the morning, the first one he'd encountered in the flesh, 3 corpse-white figures in the dark with the shambling wrongness of things moving in a way that bodies were not designed for, he dealt with before they reached the outer houses. Quickly, without drama. Fire chakra, blue-white and absolute, and the things dissolved and the night went quiet and cold. In the morning the girl had a coat, Tyrion had paid for it, and overcharged himself, and told Naruto not to mention it. Castle Black was a frontier in the truest sense. The word frontier usually meant an edge. Castle Black was more like a wound, something that had been whole and was now exposed, the stone structures still standing but diminished, the whole place running on the specific energy of people who had stopped expecting relief and had organized themselves around that expectation. The towers were manned. The fires were going. The watch was kept. But all of it had the quality of a habit maintained past the point where the habit was supported by belief. They rode through the gates in the afternoon of the 12th day. The men who came out to meet them were thin and careful and their eyes went to Tyrion first, a recognizable face, a Lannister, which meant something both good and complicated, and then to Naruto, who got the look he always got but with an additional quality here, something that was almost hunger, the way people in starved places look at anything that might be food. Jon Snow came out of the main keep. He was not what Naruto had expected, which was unusual. Naruto's read on people was generally reliable. He'd been told about Jon Snow by Tyrion, who had described him as my bastard half-nephew, which makes the family tree look like it was drawn during an earthquake, and by Stannis's reports of the Wall, and by the general impression of the summit where his name had come up 3 times in contexts that suggested people who had met him considered him trustworthy in the specific way that trust means something when it costs something. He was perhaps 20. Dark-haired, serious, with the face of someone who had been given responsibility and carried it the way stone carries weight, not struggling under it but shaped by it over time. He came toward them with a dire wolf at his side, ghost, white and red-eyed, moving with the same liquid authority as Grey Wind but quieter, somehow, like a version of the same thing that had learned to be less visible. Ghost stopped when he reached Naruto. He looked up at Naruto with those red eyes. He didn't sniff his hand the way Grey Wind had. He simply looked, with the intelligence of an animal that was more than its species, and then he sat down in the snow and put his nose on Naruto's knee. Jon Snow watched this and said, "Who are you?" "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto said. He reached down and put his hand on Ghost's head, between the ears. "You're Jon Snow." "Yes." Jon's eyes were moving over him, the jacket, the markings, the fact that he'd run here and wasn't cold in a way that had no explanation. "You're the one from the south. The one at the summit. You heard about that." "We heard about all of it." Jon looked at Tyrion. "My lord Tyrion." "Jon," Tyrion said. He dismounted stiffly. "You look cold." "It's the wall," Jon said. "Yes." Tyrion looked at the wall above the castle, and his voice when he spoke next had lost its usual layer of irony, stripped to something more direct. "It's larger than I remembered." The wall was larger than Naruto had expected, and he had been expecting something significant. It ran from horizon to horizon in both directions, 700 feet of ancient ice, blue-gray in the afternoon light with the specific depth of something that had been there long enough to become part of the sky's vocabulary. It didn't look built. It looked grown, or revealed, as if it had always been here and the landscape had arranged itself around it. At this distance Naruto could feel it the way he'd felt it through the maps, the cold, the weight, the old worked-in quality of a thing that had been maintained by generations of people who understood what they were maintaining it against. And beyond it. He felt it now clearly, the way you feel a sound too low for hearing, a pressure, a displacement, something wrong with the quality of the air on the other side. Not through stone. Through something else. The same sensitivity that red chakra in living things was reading an absence of it in something very large and very close. Jon Snow was watching his face. "You feel it," Jon said. "Yeah," Naruto said. "Most people don't. Not until they've been here a while." Jon's voice had the quality of someone sharing a specific knowledge with someone who might actually understand it. "It's been getting stronger for a year. The last month." He stopped. "Come inside." They ate in the main hall, which was warmer than the outside by a degree that felt significant given what the outside was. The Night's Watch brothers moved around them with the worn routine of men whose lives had compressed to this place and these duties, and Naruto sat between Jon and Tyrion at the long table and listened to the full picture that Jon assembled carefully, piece by piece, the way a man tells a story he's told many times and has learned to tell it in the order that makes it most comprehensible. The army of the dead. The White Walkers, the others, the thing his people called them, the ancient enemy that the wall had been built against. He'd seen them. He'd fought them. He'd lost men to them, watched them come back on the wrong side of the line, and had spent a year trying to make anyone south of the neck understand what that meant and finding the distance between north and south an insuperable obstacle. He told it without embellishment because he'd learned that embellishment made it worse. The unembellished version was already sufficient. Naruto listened without interrupting. When Jon finished, there was a silence in which Tyrion was looking at his cup and the fire was the loudest thing in the room. "How many are there?" Naruto asked. "We don't know," Jon said. "The ones we've seen, in the last encounter beyond the wall we faced maybe 1,000 dead. But they were the leading edge." He looked at Naruto. The Wildling King, Mance Rayder, was moving 100,000 people south because of what was behind them. The majority of whatever is up there, we haven't seen it. And the White Walkers themselves. The ones commanding the dead. We've seen a dozen. At most. Jon paused. Dragonglass kills them. Valyrian steel kills them. Nothing else. Naruto thought about salt pans. About the 3 figures at the village's edge 3 nights ago, dissolved in blue-white fire. "Fire kills them," he said. Jon looked at him. "The dead burn." "The White Walkers, not fire," Naruto said. What I used. It's not the same as ordinary fire. He held out his hand and let a small pulse of chakra fire form in his palm, blue-white, dense, the temperature of something that had bypassed the normal stages of combustion and arrived directly at its conclusion. What does dragonglass look like when it kills them? Jon watched the flame. Then he said, quietly, like that. Like something dissolving that was wrong to begin with. Naruto closed his hand. Right, he said. Jon was looking at him with the full, uncalculated attention of someone who has just received a piece of information that could mean survival. Not hope, exactly, Jon Snow had been careful with hope for a year. But something adjacent to it. Something that allowed planning. Can you fight them? Jon said. All of them. Whatever is up there. Naruto looked at the fire in the hearth for a moment. Yeah, he said. Jon looked at him. Searching. That's not, he stopped. Started again. Most people, when they say something like that, they don't know what they're saying. They don't know what's up there. I know what's up there, Naruto said. Not exactly. But I know the shape of it. He looked at Jon. I've faced things like it before. Not the same. But the same category. He paused, trying to find the right language for something that didn't have Westerosi vocabulary. Things that use death. Things that run on the absence of life and try to replace life with the absence of it. I've fought them. He held Jon's gaze. I'm not afraid of this. The silence after that was different from the others. It wasn't relief. Jon Snow was too experienced with the gap between what people said and what was real to feel relief at a statement. But it had something in it. The fire popped. Ghost, sitting beside Jon, raised his head and looked toward the wall. There's a ranger, Jon said. Ser Alistair Thorne is, difficult. He's been blocking what I've been trying to do here. He has allies among the Watch. If you're going beyond the wall, the Watch needs to support it. What have you been trying to do? Naruto asked. Bring the wildlings south, Jon said. All of them. Through the wall. He looked at Naruto with the expression of a man who had been told this was wrong and unreasonable and practically treasonous so many times that he'd started to say it with his jaw already set for the argument. They're people. The dead don't care whose side they were on. Every wildling body that falls north of the wall becomes a soldier for whatever is up there. So you bring them south, Naruto said. Yes. And the Watch won't let you. Not all of them. Some of them. I'll talk to the Watch, Naruto said. Tonight. Jon looked at him. They won't listen to a stranger. They'll listen to me, Naruto said. It wasn't arrogance. It was the same certainty as yes, I can keep away what comes at night. The quiet kind. Jon looked at him for a long moment. Ghost put his head back down. The fire went on doing what it did. Why are you here? Jon said. Not rudely. Genuinely. The question of a man who had learned that people arrived at the wall for reasons, and the reasons mattered. You're not from here. You have no obligation to this place. No, Naruto said. Then why? Naruto thought about Flea Bottom. About the girl at the iron pot. About Davos's missing fingers. About Theon Greyjoy heading south with the specific shape of someone who had been taken apart. About Robin Aaron's face when the wolf pressed its nose into his palm. About Robb and Stannis arriving at a shared word, grinding but arriving. About the old woman at the fire who had said, the things that change, they stay changed. Same reason every time, he said. Someone has to. Jon Snow looked at him. He had the face of someone receiving a thing he had needed for a long time and had stopped expecting, and the receiving of it was complicated because things that come after you've stopped expecting them arrive with a different weight than things that come on time. He said nothing. He didn't need to. Tyrion, who had been quiet for most of this conversation in the way of someone sitting with something real and not wanting to dilute it, said, "So. The plan. Tomorrow I go over the wall," Naruto said. "Over," Tyrion said. "Or through. I'll see which is faster." Tyrion looked at his cup. Looked at the wall's top, visible through the hall's high window, the blue-gray ice catching the last of the daylight. Looked at Naruto. "What am I doing while you're over the wall?" he said. "You're here," Naruto said. "With John. If I'm not back in 2 days, send word south to Stannis that the northern campaign needs to move faster. And if you're not back in a week?" Naruto looked at him. "I'll be back." "That's not, Tyrion." Naruto looked at him steadily. "I'll be back." Tyrion held his gaze for a moment. He had spent 3 weeks with this person and in that time had watched him stop armies, stabilize diplomatic crises, dismantle corruption before breakfast, and apparently deal with whatever came at village edges in the night without raising his voice. He set down his cup. "Fine," Tyrion said. 2 days. He talked to the Night's Watch that evening. Alliser Thorne was exactly what John had described, a hard man with a legitimate grievance that had curdled over time into something that governed everything, the way small unfairnesses sometimes do when they're never addressed. He'd been wronged by institutions and had transferred that wrongness onto the institution he now served, and the result was a man whose genuine competence and genuine dedication had become bent by the anger he carried for both of them. He looked at Naruto with the flat professional hostility of a soldier assessing a civilian who has wandered into his area of expertise. "You have no authority here," Thorne said. "I know," Naruto said. They were in the yard, the watch assembled around them, 60 men, which was what Castle Black had left, 60 men running a frontier that had been built for thousands. In the torchlight they were all the same specific combination of cold and determined and privately afraid and too experienced to show it. "Whatever you've been told about what's north, I've been told by Jon Snow," Naruto said. "And I believe him. And I've felt it myself." He looked at Thorne. "I'm not here to take authority from you. I'm not here to give orders or change your structure. I'm here to do one thing and come back." He looked around at the assembled watch. "I'm going over the wall tomorrow. I'm going to find where the dead are concentrated and deal with whatever is commanding them." Silence. "You're going over the wall," said a grizzled ranger named Dolorous Ed, who had the expression of a man who had heard many proposals and found all of them problematic. "Alone?" "Yeah," Naruto said. "And when you don't come back?" "I'll come back," Naruto said. Ed looked at the man beside him. The man beside him shrugged with the comprehensive fatalism of someone who had already revised his expectations of survival multiple times. "What we need," Naruto said, addressing the watch fully, "is for you to be ready to bring the wildlings through when I come back. Jon Snow has been right about this. They need to be south of the wall before the army moves south." He looked at Thorne. "Whatever you think about Jon Snow, whatever history is between you, that calculation is simple. Every body left north of the wall becomes a weapon against you. Empty the north of the living." Thorne's jaw was working. He was a man in the grip of principles that he'd held so long they'd grown into him like roots, and the roots were being asked to flex. "You can't guarantee," he began. "I'm going over the wall tomorrow," Naruto said. "I'll deal with what's there. When I come back, the wildlings come through. Those 2 things happen in that order." He looked around the yard. "That's the plan. Simple." He looked at the men of the watch. At their cold faces, their worn armor, their eyes that had been watching the wrong side of the wall for too long. He felt the specific thing he always felt when he looked at people who had been doing something hard without acknowledgement, the pull of it, the recognition. "I know what it's like to be the person no one believes," he said. Quiet, direct. To send word and have nobody answer. To hold something alone because no one else will hold it with you. He paused. "I believe you. All of you. What you've been doing here, what you've been holding, it matters. It's the most important thing anyone in this kingdom has been doing. He looked at Thorn. Including you. Thorn's face did something complicated. The summit in the south, Naruto said. People are coming. Stark forces and Stannis's men and Lannister soldiers and Tyrell grain. It's slow and it's imperfect and it's going to take longer than it should. But it's moving. He let that settle. You're not alone anymore. The yard was very quiet. Dolorous Ed said, to nobody in particular, that's the first time someone said that and I believed it. That night he sat on top of the wall. He'd climbed it before anyone else was awake, not because he was hiding, but because he wanted it. The elevated cage was available and slow and involved waiting for other people to be awake to operate it, so he'd walked up the ice face instead, crampons irrelevant, chakra making the sheer surface navigable, and come out at the top 700 feet above the ground in the dark. The view south was the world he'd been in for 3 weeks. Castles and roads and rivers running in silver threads between the hills, the whole human architecture of the Seven Kingdoms spread out below in the dark, its fires visible as scattered sparks. He looked at it for a moment with the specific feeling of someone who has put something together with their hands and is looking at it before they go. Then he turned north. The view north was different in a way that wasn't visual. It was dark, darker than south, which was already dark, the kind of dark that comes from an absence of habitation, a landscape that had no fire in it. The ground below the wall's north face was white, the haunted forest beyond it a dense black mass. And further, in the middle distance, something moved. It was far away. 30 miles, maybe more. But he could feel it clearly now, the cold press, massive and organized, something that was not a weather event but a will. The specific quality of a consciousness that had decided to consume and had been consuming for a very long time and had gotten very good at it. Kurama was awake beside him. Not speaking. Just present, the warm vast familiar presence that had been there since he was 12 years old, the thing that had been his burden and become his foundation and was now simply his. That's large, Kurama said, after a while. Yeah. Larger than I expected. Yeah. You felt this kind of thing before. Not a question. Not this big, Naruto said honestly. But the same category. What's the difference in the fight? He thought about it. The things he'd faced at home, Kaguya, the Ten Tails, Madara at his peak, had all been enormous in terms of power, in terms of the specific weight of trying to damage something that could damage reality. This was different. Not more powerful, exactly. More distributed. An army. I don't beat this by being stronger than it, he said. I beat it by being faster than it can respond and putting fire in the right places. The Night King. He'd been told about it by Jon. The oldest of the White Walkers. The thing that commanded the rest. The intelligence behind the army. I find the Night King, Naruto said. Everything else stops when he stops. Are you sure about that? No, Naruto said. But it's the best available theory. Kurama was quiet. Don't hold back, the fox said. Not up there. Whatever you're thinking of holding back, don't. I know. Full power. From the start. I know, Naruto said. He looked north. The cold press had intensified, as if whatever was out there had become aware of him standing here. It knows I'm here. Of course it does. A pause. It's been watching since salt pans. The cold was complete and absolute and Naruto sat in it on top of the wall with the fox inside him, and below him the world he'd spent 3 weeks trying to give a chance at surviving, and ahead of him the thing that was the actual enemy, the one beneath all the other enemies that had been cutting each other apart in the south like they had the luxury of enemies. He thought about Shikamaru, who was probably back home doing the work of 2 people and maintaining the specific expression of a man who had always known it would come to this. He thought about Hinata. About the village. About the people he'd left behind who didn't know where he was. He thought, I need to come back from this. Not because he was afraid. Because he had things to go back to. And that was different. It was the difference between fighting because you had nothing to lose and fighting because you had everything to keep. He closed his eyes. He let the chakra come. Not partially. Not measured. He let it come the way it came when everything was on the table, the full weight of it, Kurama's contribution running with his own until the distinction stopped being meaningful, until it was simply what he was. The air around him heated. The ice of the wall cracked slightly beneath him and refroze. The darkness at the top of the wall lit up gold-orange, his chakra expressing itself visually the way it did at high output, the familiar burn of it. He opened his eyes. He looked north. And then he stepped off the wall. He moved fast. Fast in a way that had no useful comparison, fast in the way of something that had made the decision to move and was no longer negotiating with distance. The ground below the wall's north face received him in a crouch that shattered the ice in a perfect circle, and he was running before the impact finished, heading north into the dark. The haunted forest closed around him. The trees here were different from the south's trees, older, darker, with the specific quality of things that had lived through something and were marked by it. The snow was deep and undisturbed by anything living. The silence was the silence of a place where the living had learned to be somewhere else. He felt them before he saw them. The dead came from his left flank first, rising from the snow itself, where they'd been lying in wait under the surface, and Naruto swept past them with a pulse of fire chakra that took 12 of them out in a single arc before they'd completed the motion of standing. He didn't stop. He ran through the gap they left. More on the right. He went through them the same way, not individual combat, not the careful tactical exchange of the kind Jon Snow's watch conducted from the wall. He moved through them like a force of weather, like something that had decided the rules of engagement didn't include stopping. The army was enormous. He felt its full size now, running through its edge, a mass of dead that stretched for miles in every direction, moving slowly south, a glacier of dead things with the patient inexorable quality of something that had all the time that time was and was using it. He felt their number not through eyes, it was too dark, there were too many, but through the absence they generated, the specific chakra-dead quality of dead things filling a living forest. He ran deeper. He was looking for something specific. Not the army was a symptom. He was looking for the intelligence, the will, the thing that commanded. He'd felt it from the wall. Now, inside the army's perimeter, he tracked it the way you track something by sound in a dark room, by what was loudest, what was most organized, what everything else was oriented toward. There. In the center of the army, in a clearing that the dead had made around it or had been made by the army arranging itself, he found the Night King. He stopped. The Night King was standing in the clearing, and he was looking at Naruto. He had been looking in Naruto's direction before Naruto arrived, which confirmed the awareness from the wall. He had known Naruto was coming. He was tall. Blue-gray. Ancient in the way of something that had been this thing so long that what it had been before was not recoverable. His eyes were the deep blue of ice lit from within, and they held no expression in the way that things without expression actually have no expression, not blank, not empty, but the specific non-expression of something operating in categories that didn't include the feelings that expression communicated. Around him, in the clearing and beyond it in every direction, the dead were still. All of them. Tens of thousands of dead things, standing in the dark, and all of them looking at Naruto. He let them. He stood in the clearing, hands at his sides, orange jacket bright as fire in the darkness, and he looked at the Night King and let the silence sit for exactly as long as it needed to sit. Then he said, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki." The Night King looked at him. "I know you don't talk," Naruto said. "Or maybe you do. I'm going to assume you understand me." He looked around at the army. At the scale of it. At the specific terrible regularity of it, thousands of dead things arranged in the dark with perfect silent obedience. This is a big army. Nothing. "I'm going to tell you what I told everyone else," Naruto said. "Except I told everyone else because I thought there was a chance they'd listen. I'm telling you because you deserve to hear it before we do this." He paused. What you're doing ends here. Tonight. The living world to the south, those people have a chance now. They're going to deal with their problems, and they're going to send forces north, and they're going to be ready. And I'm here now. He looked at the Night King. So. The Night King raised one hand. And the army moved. All of it. 50,000 dead things, in every direction, closing inward on the clearing from all sides at once with the coordinated certainty of a single mind operating a single body with 50,000 parts. Naruto exhaled. And then he made the hand seal. The light that came from him was not orange. It was white, full spectrum, all frequency, the specific light of something that was not performing at full power but simply was full power, all barriers removed, all holds released. The light lit the forest for miles in every direction, and in King's Landing, far to the south, people who were awake that night would describe later a brightness on the northern horizon like a second sun rising and setting in the span of 30 minutes. He moved through the army the way he moved through everything, with the forward momentum of someone for whom going back is not a category, always forward, always into the thing rather than around it. Fire chakra at its fullest expression was something that he rarely used without careful calibration, because careful calibration was how you kept from burning things you weren't trying to burn. Here there was nothing living in any direction for 30 miles. He stopped calibrating. The dead fell. Not in 2s and 3s, in waves. In entire sections. The fire moved with him like a second body, the blue-white that he'd shown Jon Snow, but now at the scale the moment required, and each thing it touched dissolved the way Saltpan's dead had dissolved, not burned in the ordinary sense, not reduced to ash in the way of organic material, but unwrought, the specific undoing of something that had been wrong from the beginning. He moved in spirals outward from the clearing. He moved in straight lines. He moved in the specific patterns of a man who had fought large-scale engagements before and understood how to clear a space systematically rather than chaotically, how to not be where the mass of them was while being everywhere the edge of them was. The Night King didn't stay in the clearing. He moved with him, not retreating, moving, repositioning with the controlled intelligence of something that was being taken seriously for the first time in a very long time. He sent the dead in patterns, organized, responsive, not the brute force massing of everything at once but specific targeted waves directed at Naruto's position with the tactical intelligence of something that had been doing this for thousands of years. Naruto respected this. He didn't underestimate it. He moved through the tactical patterns the way you move through water, reading the current, using it, not fighting the medium but operating inside it. The dead came at him in configurations designed to limit his movement, and he found the axis they left open in each configuration and moved through it before it closed. And then the Night King came at him directly. He hit Naruto with cold. Not ice, cold itself, concentrated, the distilled absence of heat used as a weapon, the kind of cold that is not the cold of weather but the cold of death used deliberately. It hit Naruto in a wave that would have frozen an ordinary fire, that would have stopped ordinary heat, that would have put out almost anything. Naruto stood in it. His fire went down by about a third. He pushed. The pushing was the part that was not technique but will, the raw refusal to let the cold win, which was not the same as being stronger than the cold but was the thing that made strength relevant, the fundamental decision that this would not be the place it stopped. He'd made this decision before. He made it again now, in this clearing, against the Night King's full cold weight, and he felt Kurama's presence roaring up behind him like a tide coming in. Push, Kurama said, and the word had 20,000 years of the fox's own refusal in it, the refusal to be extinguished, to be caged, to be ended, and it joined with Naruto's refusal and they pushed together. The fire came back. Not to a third. To full. To past full, to the level that didn't have a name, that only existed in the moments when everything was on the table and both of them were all the way in. The Night King took 2 steps back. In all the accounts of everything the Night King had done, in all the generations of fear and myth the Watch had accumulated about what he was and what he could do, he had never taken a step back from anything. He took 2. Naruto pressed. He moved toward the Night King through the dwindling army. The fire was doing its work in every direction, the dead were falling in numbers too large to count, the organized tactical patterns were becoming disorganized as the directing intelligence was occupied with this, and he moved with everything he had, fast and direct and completely committed. The Night King raised both hands. And Naruto made the clone seal. Not 50. Not 100. 1,000. 1,000 shadow clones erupted into the clearing and the forest in every direction, each one blazing with the same fire, each one him in full, and they went in every direction at once, and the Night King, for the first time, the Night King, looked at a thing and could not process it. Could not track it. Could not organize against it. Naruto was everywhere. The real him drove forward through the center, directly at the Night King, direct as a nail, and he hit him with everything, one strike, open palm, at the Night King's chest, all his fire and all his chakra and all of Kurama's behind it, and the Night King shattered. Not broke. Not fell. Shattered. Like ice struck at exactly the right point. The sound was comprehensive. The light was total. And in the instant of it, in the moment of the Night King's ending, Naruto felt through the clone memories the simultaneous dissolution of 10,000 dead things as the command that held them ceased, as the will that animated them stepped back into the nothing it had come from, as the army became what it had always been underneath, dead. Just dead. At rest. The forest went quiet. The 1,000 clones dissolved one by one, the memories coming back in a wave, 10,000 angles of the same moment, the army falling, the cold lifting, the specific quality of the air changing as the presence left it, and what remained was just winter, ordinary winter, cold and clean and without intention. He stood in the clearing. His jacket was untouched. He was not cold. His hands were completely steady. He looked up. The sky above the haunted forest, freed from the specific oppression of what had been sitting in it, was doing what the sky always does when something is finally over, it was being ordinary. Dark and starred and vast and completely indifferent to what had just happened beneath it. He took a breath. Then another. He started walking back south, toward the wall, toward the orange glow of Castle Black's fires visible as a distant warmth. Well, Kurama said. Yeah, Naruto said. That was the big one. That was the big one. A pause. The snow crunched under his feet. The forest was just a forest again. You okay? Naruto thought about it. He took inventory, chakra levels, physical state, the specific exhaustion that came not from depletion but from the sustained decision that full commitment required, the way you feel after something where you were entirely present the whole way through. Yeah, he said. I'm okay. Good, Kurama said. And then, in the specific register that was the fox's version of warmth, the tone it used only when both of them had just been somewhere real, good. He came through the gate at dawn. Jon Snow was there. He'd been at the gate since before first light, which Naruto had expected. Jon Snow was the kind of person who waited at gates. Tyrion was there too, bundled in a cloak that was doing its best, wine cup already in hand even at this hour, which Naruto had also expected. He walked through the gate. Jon looked at him. At his face. At the direction he'd come from. At the jacket, still clean, still orange, absurdly bright in the gray dawn. The cold lifted, Jon said. An hour ago. We all felt it. Yeah, Naruto said. Is it? Jon stopped. He looked north, at the wall, at the sky above it which was doing the ordinary thing of lightning toward morning. Is it done? Naruto looked at him. The army is gone, he said. The Night King is gone. He paused. There may be stragglers, I can't promise I got everything. But the commanding intelligence is gone and the army died with it. He met Jon's eyes. Get the wildlings through the gate. Today. Jon looked at him for a long moment. The specifically controlled face, controlled by practice, by necessity, by the weight of being the person others looked to, had something in it that was uncontrolled for a moment, something simple and enormous and human. He put his hand out. Naruto shook it. Thank you, Jon said. Tyrion said, from under his cloak, I told you he'd be back. You said if I wasn't back in 2 days to send word south, Naruto said. Yes, and I was fully prepared to do that in another hour, Tyrion said. I want that noted. He handed Naruto the wine cup. Here. Naruto took it and drank from it and handed it back. It was terrible wine. He looked up at the wall, stretching both directions into the morning, the ice catching the first light and turning it gold. 700 feet of ancient purpose, built by people who had done what needed doing and left it standing. You need to repair sections of the eastern face, he said. There are cracks from the cold. Probably 20 feet of compromised structure. I saw it on the way back. I'll send men, Jon said. Good. Ghost appeared from somewhere, padding up to Naruto's side and pressing his white head against his hip in the same way as the first meeting. Naruto reached down and scratched behind his ears. What happens now? Jon said. The wildlings come through, Naruto said. The southern forces arrive, Stannis and Robb and the Lannister contingent. The wall gets properly manned for the first time in decades. You get supplies from Highgarden. He looked at Jon. And you need to go south. I can't leave the wall. The wall is fine. The wall doesn't need you anymore in the way it has. The south does. He looked at Jon steadily. You know who you are. Jon Snow looked at him. The question of who Jon Snow actually was had been the specific secret that multiple people had been carrying for 20 years, and Naruto had assembled it from context and from something he'd felt when he shook Jon's hand, something in the quality of him, some deep harmonic that matched what he knew of people who carried bloodlines with weight in them. Daenerys will come, Naruto said. When she does, the North needs someone she'll listen to. Someone who is both Stark and something else. He paused. I'm not going to tell you what to do with it. But I'm telling you it matters. Jon was quiet for a long time. How do you know? He said. Because I know what it looks like when someone is carrying something they haven't picked up yet, Naruto said. I did it for years. The dawn was fully arrived now, the sun coming up over the eastern hills and hitting the wall and making it briefly, brilliantly, the most beautiful thing in the world, ice in full winter sun, 700 feet of it, lit up gold and white and the deep blue of its own depth. Tyrion was looking at it with the expression of a man who didn't believe in gods and was finding that insufficient. I need to go home, Naruto said. The two of them looked at him. He'd been thinking about it since the clearing. Not just since then, since longer. Since Davos on the ship, since Flea Bottom, since the summit. The rift question had been sitting underneath everything else the whole time, the actual problem he'd needed to solve since he fell out of the sky above the narrow sea. He'd learned enough. He'd been observing since the first day, the quality of the rift, the way it had felt from inside, the specific resonance that interdimensional transits had, which wasn't entirely unlike the feeling of the Night King's presence but organized differently, structured, like a door instead of a weather event. I think I can open it, he said. The rift. I need to generate the right kind of chakra in the right configuration. He looked at the sky. I've been building the theory since week 1. Theory, Tyrion said. The practice part is new, Naruto said. The practice part is new, Tyrion repeated, with the tone of a man noting that the surgeon has just mentioned he's mostly read about this operation. I'll be fine, Naruto said. You always say, and I always am, Naruto said. Tyrion looked at him. He was doing the thing he did, running the assessment, checking his read, looking for what he'd missed. And then he did the thing he'd been doing more often since the inn, he stopped running the assessment and just looked. You're actually going, Tyrion said. I have to, Naruto said. I have people at home. I have a village. I have a desk full of paperwork that Shikamaru has been managing for 3 weeks, which means he's been managing it his way, which means I'm going to spend a month fixing everything he's made extremely efficient and completely joyless. Tyrion laughed. A real one, not the short careful sound he usually permitted himself but a full one, surprised out of him. Naruto looked at him. You know, Tyrion said, when the laugh was done, in my entire life I've met maybe 4 people I respected completely. He stopped. Decided something. You're one of them. You're one of mine, Naruto said. Simply, directly, the way he said things that were true. Tyrion looked at his wine cup. You're going to leave this kingdom better than you found it. You're going to keep it that way, Naruto said. That's the deal. I don't recall agreeing to a deal. You've been agreeing to it since the morning you found the ledger on your breakfast table, Naruto said. You just didn't know the name for it. Tyrion looked at him. The smile lines were doing something complicated around his mismatched eyes. Go home, Uzumaki, he said. He climbed the wall one last time. Not to jump. Just to be there, at the top, with the whole world visible in both directions, south where the humans were, slowly and imperfectly figuring out how to be better to each other, north where the forest was quiet for the first time in years, the sky clean and cold and ordinary. He stood at the top of the wall for a long time. Then he made the seals. The rift was not easy. It was the hardest technical thing he'd done since the war, not because of the power required but because of the precision, the right frequency, the right resonance, the configuration that matched the original tear and could reverse its direction. He felt it building in his hands, the geometry of it assembling from the theory he'd been running for 3 weeks, and it was like solving a seal in real time, like writing the correct formula in midair. The air in front of him cracked. Not like lightning. Like the first time, like reality being impatient. The rift opened in the air above the wall, ragged at first and then settling, the familiar wrong-colored light coming through it. On the other side he could see it faintly, the suggestion of a room, a window, the specific light of a morning in Konoha, and 2 people standing very still and very alert who had been standing in that room for a long time. He looked south one more time. King's Landing was down there, past the curve of the earth, too far to see but not too far to feel, the city's specific human weight, its noise and heat and the specific ache of it. And before it, on the road, the forces moving north, Stark and Baratheon and Lannister, arriving too late for the war and exactly on time for the peace. He looked at the rift. Shikamaru was visible through it now, clearly, standing in the Hokage's office with the expression of a man who had been running 2 jobs for 3 weeks and had an extremely organized list of complaints. Naruto grinned. He stepped through. The rift closed behind him with a sound like a door that hadn't been used in a while, finally shutting properly. He stood in the Hokage's office. The paperwork was, as predicted, exactly where he'd left it. Shikamaru was looking at him with the expression of someone who had prepared a speech. 3 weeks, Shikamaru said. I know, Naruto said. You fell through a rift in the middle of trade negotiations. I know. I've been managing your correspondence, your diplomatic appointments, 3 separate requests from the daimyo, and a complaint from Kiba about something you promised him 6 months ago and haven't delivered. I'll deal with Kiba. You'll deal with Kiba, Shikamaru repeated. Yes. Among other things. He looked at Naruto. At his jacket. At his face. Are you okay? Naruto looked around the office. The window, the village beyond it, the light that was exactly right, the specific quality of morning in a place he knew so completely it was part of his own weight. Yeah, he said. I'm okay. Shikamaru looked at him for a long moment. He had known Naruto for most of his life and could read him the way you read something you've been reading for 20 years, fluently, in both directions. You did something, Shikamaru said. Yeah. Something large. Yeah. Are you going to tell me about it? Naruto sat down at his desk. He looked at the paperwork. He looked at the window. He looked at the village that he had spent his whole life trying to deserve and had come, somewhere in the last several years, to simply inhabit, to be part of, to be responsible for, to love in the specific way you love something you are. Eventually, he said. Let me deal with Kiba first. Shikamaru sat down in the chair across the desk with the expression of a man who had expected this answer and decided it was acceptable. Troublesome, he said. Always, Naruto agreed. Outside the window, Konoha was doing what it did, the noise of it, the movement, the specific human business of a village that had survived things and was still going, still building, still the collection of people and histories and small daily heroisms that it had always been. Naruto looked at it. He thought about a girl at an iron pot in a district with no name that mattered to anyone with power. He thought about a knight who had shaken his hand with missing fingers. He thought about two sisters holding each other in an inn-yard. He thought about a man on a wall in the grey dawn, extending his hand, saying thank you. He thought about an old woman in a garden saying, the things that change, they stay changed. He turned to the paperwork. He picked up the pen. He started.